Chapter 3985. The toad's eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, this kid was too terrifying. This lightning tribulation could kill people. Murong Qingqing was also a little worried. She also heard Lin Xian's screams. However, the Crimson Dragon was a little suspicious. This kid's screams were very strange. Why did it feel like he was laughing? Indeed, Lin Xian was also screaming, but it was because he was comfortable. Although the lightning had smashed his body into a bloody mess, she felt that he was undergoing a transformation. This time he had swallowed a large number of heavenly Tao golden lotuses. In addition, he had fought all the way. Finally, he had accumulated a lot. At this moment, all of his strength had erupted. Not far away from him was Jian Qin. Cracks had also appeared on the other party's body. Many places were charred black, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Damn it! Jian Qin's eyes were incomparably red as he stared at Lin Xian. He held the starry sky sword and charged over. However, just as he approached Lin Xian, he spat out blood and flew backward. The lightning around Lin Xian became even more violent. Even he couldn't resist it. Go! He knew that he would be an idiot if he stayed here now. He quickly retreated. Do you want to leave? Didn't you want to fight me to the death? Come on. I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand. I'll give you a handicap of 100 moves. Lin Xian rode the lightning tribulation and quickly flew forward. Damn it, get lost. Stay away from me. Jian Qin was scared out of his wits. As soon as he got close to him, the lightning tribulation increased. Just like that, he fled all the way. How could Lin Xian let him go? It trapped him tightly. No matter how strong Jian Qin was, under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, his skin and flesh were also split open. His body had exploded several times. He was about to be killed. Senior brother, save me. Jian Qin sent out a cry for help. Between heaven and earth, a sword qi split open the sea of lightning. This was Wan Jinni. It was a strike from an endless area. Using this crack, Jian Qin escaped. The surrounding people were terrified. Although Jian Qin escaped, everyone knew that the other party had lost, and he was seriously injured. If it wasn't for Wan Jinni making a move, the other party would have died without a doubt. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored Jian Qin. Instead, he turned his gaze to the 7th region. He soared into the air and charged over. Not good. The great Demon King is here, run. The people in the 8th region screamed in fright and fled. However, as soon as they escaped, they realized that Lin Xian didn't stay in the 8th area at all. He quickly charged towards the 7th region. This brat wanted to kill 9 Qilins. Everyone understood what was going on. The 9-headed Qilin naturally understood as well. He was horrified and wanted to flee. However, before he could even move, Lin Xian had already charged over. The lightning that filled the sky enveloped him. No, he asked Yu Quan for help. However, at this moment, Right Fist did not have the time to pay attention to him. He was still engaged in a life and death battle with Qin Xianer. Thus, the 9 Qilins were in a very miserable state. His strength was not even as strong as Jian Qin's, so how could he possibly block it? In an instant, he was severely injured. Damn it, he wanted to tear apart the lightning in the sky and escape. However, he was kicked down by Lin Xian. The golden foot was like a huge mountain, causing his arm to crack. Void Beast. The 9-headed Qilin roared and dimmed. Lin Xian frowned. Did he want to use his spatial magic to escape? It was useless. He used the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. In the sea of lightning, a pair of golden eyes looked through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As Lin Xian's strength increased, the future of the heavenly secret divine eyes became even more terrifying. He directly locked onto the 9-headed Qilin. There was no way to escape. He controlled the arena and pierced through countless worlds. Moreover, the great dragon sword soul was released and locked onto all directions. Before the void beast could escape, it was beaten out of its hiding place. The void beast vomited blood, and the nine-headed Qilin was sent flying. The two separated. Lin Xian carried the supreme lightning and directly destroyed the nine-headed Qilin. The nine-headed Qilin's corpse floated up and down and quickly came back to life. However, it was killed again. Twice. The nine-headed Qilin had died twice in the Sea of Lightning. In addition to the previous time, it had died 3 times. He originally only had 7 lives left. Now he only had 4 lives left. The void beast's eyes also turned red. He disregarded everything, even if he was injured. He also wanted to use the power of the void. In the end, he was seriously injured and left with the nine-headed Qilin. Everyone's hair stood on end. The terrifying nine-headed Qilin was actually beaten to death. He even lost 3 lives. This was an extremely heavy loss. The people in the 7th area also fled. At present, other than Lin Xian, only Qin Xianer and Yu Quan were left. In the end, the 2 of them even fought to other areas. Only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian bathed in the divine lightning and resisted with all his strength. After 5 days and 5 nights, the lightning that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian walked out. His body was overflowing with light. The injuries that he had suffered previously all disappeared at the last moment. The aura on his body was much stronger than before. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th level. This kind of cultivation was actually nothing among the saints around, because many of them were at the late stage of the 5th level. But on Lin Xian, it was too difficult. One had to know that he had a divine body and a dragon's sword soul. To break through was 10 times or 100 times more difficult than other saints. And once he broke through, his power would far surpass those saints. Sure enough, the surrounding people were terrified. Lin Wudi was already so terrifying before he broke through. Now that he had broken through to the mid-stage of the 5th level, who could be his match? Among the chief disciples, there was absolutely no one who could be his match. Even if he met Jianqin, he probably didn't need the lightning tribulation. The other party could defeat Jianqin. Some of the experts of the sacred city were terrified. Who could stop the rise of the other party? Damn it. In the distance, Jianqin's injuries had already recovered, but the wound in his heart would never be healed. The other party dared to use the lightning tribulation to deal with him and successfully broke through. All of this drove her crazy. In the first area, Lei Zhan's hair stood on end. This person was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't make a move before. However, he felt a sense of powerlessness. The other party had broken through to this point. Was he still a match for the other party? That's great. The Toad and Hong and the others exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and the others also smiled. The risk from before was worth it. The current Lin Xian should be the strongest person below the pilgrim list. Boom! Boom! At this moment, earth-shattering roars came from the 6th area. 2 figures flew out at the same time. Between heaven and earth, there was saint blood floating. Was there a result? Everyone's eyes were attracted. Even the few geniuses on the pilgrim list turned their heads to look. They saw that Yu Quan was covered in blood and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had been severely injured before, especially his soul. He had probably received a powerful attack from the Hahuan Bell. On the other side, Qin Xianer was also covered in blood. She was originally wearing a long blue dress embroidered with countless great daos. But at this moment, there was bright red blood standing on it, which was abnormally shocking. However, looking at her condition, she seemed to be better than Yu Quan. In other words, Yu Quan was still defeated by the other party. Damn woman, just you wait. Yu Quan roared. His face was gloomy, and he turned to leave. Chapter 3986. He had indeed lost to her, but he swore. As long as he found a powerful soul defense weapon, he would not be afraid of her. Next time, he would definitely defeat this woman. Then he would take her as his concubine. After returning to the 7th area, Yu Quan prepared to recuperate. The next step was to seize the Destiny Stone. However, he found that the seventh area was in ruins, as if it had been struck by lightning. There was no one there. There was only one figure standing there. Seeing this figure, Yu Quan was furious. The wounds on his body that had originally healed opened again because of his excitement. "Kid, you still dare to come? Go to hell." He was already in a bad mood. At this moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he was naturally furious. He immediately attacked with a terrifying, desolate blade, splitting the sky and splitting the earth. "Kid, come back quickly." The dark, divine dragon roared. Murong Qingqing also said, "Brother Xian, don't fight him head-on." They were all very worried. The surrounding people were also stunned. Wasn't this Lin Wuti too excited? Facing Yu Quan, he didn't want to escape. What did he want to do? One had to know that last time, Yu Quan's casual attack was something that Lin Xian couldn't block at all. Not to mention now he attacked in a rage. He estimated that within 3 moves, he would be able to kill Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti had just broken through and became the #1 chief disciple. Was he going to be killed? Some people felt that the sky was about to collapse. If that was really the case, then it would be a big joke. It would be best to kill him. Jian Chen watched the battle from afar, gritting his teeth. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged the 3 blades. Then he floated in the void and didn't escape. Instead, he stared at the figure in front of him with interest. At this moment, Yu Quan's face was pale, but his eyes were blood red. Many cracks appeared on his armor. Some of them could be seen through the cracks, and even some of his internal organs. These were all torn apart by the sound wave attack of the joyous bell. Moreover, Lin Xian could feel that not only was his body injured, but his soul was also weak. This was a good opportunity for him to make a move. "It just so happens that I'll use you to test my strength after breaking through." Lin Xian was excited and eager to give it a try. "You dare to provoke me?" Yu Quan smiled. The cracks on his body were rapidly being healed by the aura of the great desolation. "Brat, do you think you can provoke me just because I'm injured? You're too naive. A giant dragon was a giant dragon. Even if it was injured, it was not something that an ant could provoke." Yu Quan's eyes were filled with disdain. Previously, he was able to injure the other party with a single slap. Now, even if the other party's cultivation had broken through, so what? He was only at the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer. He could wipe out a group of such people with a wave of his hand. Lin Xian made the first move. He unleashed a terrifying sword light that slashed forward in an overwhelming manner. The people around him were terrified. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would dare to take the initiative to attack. Yu Quan was infuriated. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Truth be told, other than those who were not on the pilgrim list, he did not bother to make a move. Even if the other party was the #1 chief disciple, he didn't think highly of him. But now, this little ant had truly angered him. Therefore, he decided that even if he would lose some face, he would still kill the other party. Boom! He broke through the void, and his speed was as fast as lightning as he charged over. With one punch, the terrifying barren fist sent all of the flaming sword chi flying. At the same time, he quickly charged over. "Go to hell!" His fist turned into a palm, and he grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also waved his palm to contend with it. The large golden palm was like fire in the sky. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. After that, Lin Xian retreated, stepping on the void. His chi and blood were surging, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The people around him were all stunned. Lin Wuti actually blocked it. It was too unbelievable. Can he contend with those on the pilgrim list after breaking through once? Interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He shook his numb arm, and the power in his body began to circulate again. On the opposite side, Yu Quan's expression became a little ugly. Lin Xian blocked it. This was not what he had expected. In his imagination, This attack would be able to smash the other party into pieces. However, he did not expect that he would only be able to repel the other party. The other party was not even injured. This made him feel like his face was burning. That was a feeling of humiliation. Go to hell. A blade of desolation appeared in his hand, and he slashed down crazily. Lin Xian roared and quickly dodged. Then, the great sun sword turned into countless sun sword chi. The sword and saber collided, and a sonorous sound swept across the 9 heavens. Countless cracks accompanied it. The scene of the two fighting was terrifying. The surrounding saints were all stunned. Lin Wudi could really contend with the prodigies on the pilgrim list. However, the other people on the pilgrim list frowned. Those followers were also dumbfounded. It couldn't be, right? They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Is this kid already so heaven-defying? Humph. Mo Xiao snorted coldly, making a fuss over nothing. It was just that Yu Quan was seriously injured. Otherwise, would this kid have the right to be so arrogant? Indeed, many people saw it. Even though Yu Quan was using the power of desolation to heal his wounds, there were still some wounds that could not be healed in a short period of time. Moreover, as the fierce battle continued, those wounds split open again and blood flowed out. However, the seriously injured Yu Quan was not someone that anyone could resist. Even Jian Chen and the others had no confidence at all, and they could not block him at all. Lin Xian was able to fight evenly. This undoubtedly showed that Lin Xian's strength had long surpassed that of the chief disciple. Ah! Yu Quan roared. The aura of desolation on his body continued to spread. After hundreds of moves, he could not kill an ant? That made him lose all his face. Go to hell! He struck out a desolate mountain, and a terrifying aura surged. It enveloped a part of the sky. Wherever it passed, it turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He felt a great sense of danger. It should be the top secret technique of the great, desolate mansion. He did not dare to be careless. In an instant, he used Tai Chi, he waved his hands, and struck out a Tai Chi diagram, which spun in front of him. The power of yin and yang erupted along with the Tai Chi diagram. Buzz! Buzz! The Tai Chi diagram faced off against the desolate mountain. It directly blocked the aura of desolation. The aura of yin and yang filled the air, and it was abnormally terrifying. He pulled out the great spear of destruction, used it as an axe, and slashed down from the sky. It carried the law of death and the law of sword. With a bang, it crossed the heavy sky and smashed into Yu Quan's body. Yu Quan was instantly sent flying. His battle armor, which had already cracked, was now even more shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Roar! Yu Quan roared, and the desolation scripture in his body circulated crazily. He let out a beast-like roar, the palm of desolation. He struck out an extremely terrifying palm of desolation that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian quickly dodged. At the same time, he waved the great spear of destruction. All kinds of terrifying sword chi rushed out. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying collision sound rang out. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 3987. Yu Quan was completely enraged. He soared into the sky like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex as he fought Lin Xian in close combat. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His divine body was not afraid of close combat, so the battle between the two was very shocking. No way, this Lin Wudi is heaven-defying. Can he really fight against Yu Quan? Why do I feel like he's going to suppress Yu Quan now? The surrounding saints whispered, and some of the followers were even more terrified. They felt that it was hard to imagine. All along, the people on the pilgrim list had been godlike existences. But now, someone was going to go against the heavens and kill the gods. Some people even said, "Young master, will Yu Quan really be defeated?" If that was the case, then it would be a big joke. Mo Xiao, who was surrounded by Huang Quan, held the devil trident with an unusually cold expression. Damn it, this Yuquan won't fail miserably, right? In this way, not only would he be defeated, everyone on the pilgrim list would lose face. In the third zone, Wan Jenny carried a peerless divine sword with a solemn expression. What a piece of trash! He couldn't even beat an ant. Chao Tiansheng had his hands behind his back, wearing a ghost-like mask. He didn't say anything. On the other side, Qin Xiener, who was charming all living beings, was swallowing pills. At the side, they were interested in watching this battle. Yu Quan was completely enraged. He also knew that whether it was his allies, followers, or enemies, they were all paying attention to him. At this moment, they were all paying attention to him. He absolutely could not lose. With a roar, the laws all over his body spread out. The terrifying aura of desolation formed a sacred domain that enveloped Lin Xian. Those laws formed one desolate blade after another in the sacred domain. With a shocking aura, they rampaged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian fought with all his strength. The two exchanged blows, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Terrifying laws intertwined between heaven and earth, and a terrifying roar filled the seventh zone. After another 100 moves, the two separated and confronted each other. There were some wounds on Lin Xian's body, which were caused by the other party's desolate aura. Yu Quan was also not feeling good. He was already injured, and now the wounds on his body were even more terrifying. Some of the wounds that had already healed split open once again. They specifically attacked his wounds, worsening his injuries. In the seventh region, the entire space was completely shattered. Not a single place was intact. When the people in the other regions saw this, they were terrified. Lin Wudi was too strong. He could really compete with Yu Quan. That was a genius ranked on the pilgrim roll. How powerful was that? Many people couldn't believe it. Yu Quan was so angry that his whole body trembled, and a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. Behind him, the aura of desolation combined with the laws to form a mysterious pattern. It was a vast mountain range that formed a valley. There was a blurry figure in the valley, and no one could see clearly what it was. However, just the aura that was emanating from it was enough to send chills down the spines of all the elite geniuses and powerful beings of the older generation. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Although he was injured, he did not care. Now he had a rough idea of how strong his battle prowess was. Dealing with the current Yu Quan would not be a problem. Furthermore, he still had many trump cards that he had yet to use. This breakthrough had indeed caused his strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. I underestimated you. I didn't expect an ant to be able to compete with me. On the opposite side, Yu Quan spoke. His eyes became more and more piercing. However, the battle could end now. You can be proud that you made me attack with my full strength, even if you die. Before he finished speaking, he made his move. Carrying the mysterious illusion and the valley, he soared through the air and directly charged in front of Lin Xian. The void in front of him kept shattering. It was obvious that Yu Quan was really angry. On the other side, Lin Xian also moved as if he had transformed into a true dragon. His entire body was blooming with terrifying sword light. At this moment, he also attacked with all his strength. Buzz! Buzz! Terrifying sword chi and many kinds of laws spread between heaven and earth. The void in front of him kept shattering. Boom! The two collided again, and a world-destroying battle broke out. It seemed that both of them wanted to finish off each other in this battle. The great spear of destruction in Lin Xian's hand kept attacking. It seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword, quickly attacking Yu Quan's cracked wounds. He wanted to completely split Yu Quan's body apart. However, Yu Quan was still very strong. Although he was seriously injured, he was still extremely terrifying. His body kept swaying, avoiding those wounds. He tried his best to block the sword chi. Buzz! At the same time, a few cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. Those were the marks of his opponent's gaze. Moreover, What made his hair stand on end was that behind his opponent, a ray of light suddenly flew out of the mysterious valley. His bones were exposed from his shoulders. It was so terrifying. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It seemed that he had to be extremely careful. There might be even more terrifying methods in the mysterious valley. Lin Xian attacked with all his strength. He used the law of sword to the extreme. The great spear of destruction was like a black dragon being waved by him. He attacked aggressively. His opponent's desolate aura trembled continuously. At the same time, Lin Xian used his fists and legs to fight in close combat. He was very confident in his physique. Therefore, he was not afraid at all when his opponent dared to fight him in close combat. Buzz! After exchanging another 30 moves, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly shone with a golden light. He activated a terrifying eye technique. It turned into countless golden light blades and stabbed at his opponent. His opponent had been attacked by his soul before. Now that he attacked unexpectedly, his opponent's soul was severely injured again. Sure enough, Yu Quan did not expect Lin Xian's eye technique to be so powerful. His body trembled, and his soul felt like it was about to split open. His movements had also slowed down, revealing an opening. It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He held the great spear of destruction with both hands. The law of sword condensed on it, and a dragon's roar sounded. It formed a dragon shadow that coiled around the black spear. Buzz! He slashed forward with his sword. He attacked the crack on his opponent's abdomen. Before that crack, his opponent's internal organs had already been exposed. Now he was attacking with all his strength, trying to cut his opponent in half. Buzz! That terrifying aura caused Yu Quan's body to tremble. Damn it, his expression changed drastically. If it was hit by this attack, it might really be split in half. How dare you! He retreated frantically, enduring the pain in his soul. He attacked forcefully. The long spear of desolation kept slamming down, forming countless defenses in front of him. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering collisions sounded. The people in the other areas were all paralyzed on the ground. Their minds were blank, and in front of their eyes, it was incomparably bright. The light and the law of the two completely drowned the front. Not good. Some of the top experts' eyes were bright. They saw the battle inside through the law. What had happened? The others also became nervous. What was it that could make these people so shocked? Soon, they also saw the scene in front of them through the cracks of the law. Then they were all terrified. Chapter 3988. Yu Quan was sent flying, and more blood flowed out of his body. The wound on his opponent's body became even more terrifying, and it seemed that he was about to be cut in half. Only some skin on the side was still connected. The sword strike just now had seriously injured Yu Quan again. Ah! Yu Quan let out a miserable cry, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe it. Even the few people on the pilgrim roll were surprised. This battle was also beyond their expectations. Die, kid! Yu Quan roared and rushed over again. Behind him, a figure appeared in the mysterious valley. The figure was abnormally hazy, but it could be seen clearly. Although the figure was blurry, he was bound by 8 chains that firmly locked him in the valley. What is it? Many people felt their scalps go numb. Even Wan Jianni and the others frowned. The Great Desolation technique of the Great Desolation Mansion was too terrifying. The Finger of Desolation. The figure bound by the mysterious chains stretched out a finger and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could feel the immense, murderous intent. This attack was truly too terrifying. It seemed that Yu Quan was really going all out. With a roar, he took out the great dragon sword soul and slashed forward. Boom! 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 The two of them exploded with unparalleled power. Both of them were sent flying, and many cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. His divine body was also shattered at this moment. From this, One could imagine how frightening that mysterious figure was. However, Yu Quan was in an even worse state. This time he was really cut in half. Not only that, but many sword wounds also appeared on his broken body. The densely packed wounds were a shocking sight. This attack had seriously injured both of them. No way! Everyone gasped. Yu Quan was really cut in half by the opponent's sword. At this moment, Yu Quan was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. His face became extremely ferocious. Damn it, this is really too despicable. He didn't even suffer such serious injuries when fighting Qin Xianer. Now he was seriously injured by an ant. It was driving him crazy. Lin Xian's body was also covered in blood, but he laughed and laughed proudly. Geniuses on the pilgrim ranking were nothing more than that, and he was still able to injure them. What is that sword shadow on your body? On the other side, Yu Quan's expression was terrifying as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not to mention him, even Mo Xiao and the others felt their hair stand on end. This Brett actually had such a treasure? This was even more so for Wan Jianyi and Jian Chen. Jian Chen's eyes were fiery red. This kind of sword aura was too terrifying. His opponent actually had such a terrifying sword Dao treasure. Wan Jianyi's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared at the dragon's sword shadow. I could feel the power of the strongest. At this moment, countless sword qi appeared around him as if he was worshipping the sword god. This caused many people to be shocked. 10,000 swords returned to sect. This was the ultimate technique of the 10,000 swords pavilion. With the first of 10,000 swords, it was terrifying to the extreme. Mo Xiao, Qin Xianer, and the other experts on the Holy Pilgrim list were also on high alert. Kid, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet. I will never let you go. If I wasn't injured, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Indeed, he was clenching his teeth. If he didn't fight with Qin Xianer, he could definitely kill the other party. Lin Xian coldly snorted. It's useless to say anything now. Today, I will send you on your way. He had a bold idea. The other's eyelids were also twitching. No way. What does this kid want to do? Damn it. Yu Quan was even more furious. The two halves of his body quickly healed. His face was extremely ugly. Brother Wan, please lend me a hand. This kid's treasure is very suitable for you. Yu Quan asked Wan Jianyi for help. Damn this guy. He's too despicable. The Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others cursed loudly. Murong Qingqing and the others were also extremely nervous. Wan Jianyi soared into the sky. All right, I'll help you. He actually crossed several regions and came to the 7th region. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand became even more dazzling, letting out waves of dragon roars. Kid, you're just taking advantage of the situation. If Yu Quan wasn't injured, you wouldn't have the chance to win. That's right. The fiendish cultivator also flew over, his body wrapped in dozens of chains. However, he was not afraid. Moreover, don't think that you can fight against me just because you injured Yu Quan. To tell you the truth, we are all minor saints. It's just that our cultivation base is suppressed here. If we were in the outside world, we could kill you with just a flick of our fingers. So, in front of us, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Not good. Lin Wudi is in danger. The two experts on the holy list wanted to help Yu Quan. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he couldn't resist them. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. After saying so much, he just wanted to regain his face. How many years have you guys cultivated? I've only cultivated for a few years. I'm just a mid-5th layer saint. I'm indeed proud of defeating you guys. How dare you call yourselves minor saints? If I'm a minor saint, I'll kill the 3 of you with one hand. Facing the pressure of the 3, he was still not afraid. Mo Xiao shouted coldly. He took a step forward, and the yellow springs diagram above his head spun out. It seemed that he wanted to refine Lin Xian. On the other side, Wan Jinny's body was filled with sword qi. It seems that I need to teach you a good lesson and let you know what fear is. Io, you guys are ganging up to bully a young little brother. You guys are really heroic. I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, a beautiful figure floated over and came to Lin Xian's side. She smiled sweetly. What? You guys really don't care about your status and want to attack someone who is hundreds or even thousands of years younger than you. Qin Xianer, what do you mean? Mo Xiu frowned. This has nothing to do with you. Qin Xianer smiled sweetly, and her charming eyes made the blood of the people around her boil. Even the fiendish cultivator's pupils shrank, as if he was facing a great enemy. Qin Xianer giggled. If it has nothing to do with me, then it has something to do with you? What does this have to do with you? Humph, he killed the chief disciple of my Yellow Springs Hall. Of course, I'll take revenge on him. He killed so many sword saints of my Myriad Swords Pavilion. How can I let him go? I'll bring him back to the Myriad Swords Pavilion and let him use the rest of his life to atone for his sins. You guys are just greedy for treasures. Qin Xianer smiled sweetly. I feel like old friends with this little brother. I want to protect him. Can't I? You can try. Yu Quan also stood out. His broken body had already recovered. His expression was incomparably ferocious. Qin Xianer, your joyous union bell is powerful, but can you fight against the three of us together? Not to mention the three of them. Qin Xianer couldn't even fight against two of them, let alone Wan Jinny. Chapter 3989. Oh, is that so? At this moment, Chao Tiansheng, who had been standing with his hands behind his back and watching the battle in silence, also spoke. His figure flickered, and he also came to the seventh area. He faced Wan Jinny. This scene made Yu Quan and Mo Xiu's faces turn extremely ugly. Apart from Wan Jinny, who had an unparalleled sword qi, these people were afraid of another person, and that was Chao Tiansheng. Because Chao Tiansheng was too mysterious and didn't make a move easily. However, no one dared to doubt his strength. At this moment, his appearance made Mo Xiu and Yu Quan feel like they were facing a great enemy. Qin Xianer's smile became even more charming, and she said coquettishly, What? Can this lineup stop you? Chao Tiansheng, are you going to interfere in this matter? Are you going to protect this kid? Wan Jinny's voice was biting cold, and the sword intent on his body became even more terrifying, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Chao Tiansheng still stood with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a ferocious mask, and no one could see his expression. However, his eyes were as calm as water. I've long heard that Wan Jinny's sword technique is unparalleled, and I'd like to experience it today. Is that so? Then as you wish. The sword intent on Wan Jinny's body became even more terrifying. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. The expert's dragon shadow swayed, and countless dragon-shaped sword qi surrounded him. If they really fought, he would be able to contend with Yu Quan, and at least he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Why is it so lively? Do you want to rank in advance? At this moment, another voice rang out. Then, a figure appeared out of thin air above them. Who was this person? When did he appear? The surrounding saints were all at a loss. They didn't sense it at all before. Even Mo Xiu and Lu Quan's pupils shrank. Wan Jinny frowned. Gufeng, do you want to interfere too? Gufeng, is he the spatial expert on the pilgrim list? Many people screamed. Space was king. The space god art was mysterious and unfathomable, unparalleled. Now that a spatial super expert had appeared, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Xian was also surprised. He looked at Gufeng. Gufeng was too strange. He could only see a blurry figure, but he couldn't see his face at all. The reason for that was because the spatial energy he possessed was extremely frightening. Their gazes were completely engulfed by the power of space. Therefore, he was unable to detect the other party's appearance or even the aura of their cultivation. Space was capable of isolating everything. Lin Wuti, interesting. You remind me of someone. Gu Feng's eyes were incomparably dark, like two black holes. He looked down. His voice stunned everyone. What was going on? Did Gu Feng know Lin Wuti? Lin Xian was taken aback as well. Could it really be him? True spirit world, Gu family. Legend had it that there was a divine body. Back then, so many geniuses had appeared. In the end, the divine body did not appear. There were even people who doubted whether he had a divine body or not. But now, Lin Xian felt that it was very possible that it was this person in front of him. He wasn't confident because he had never seen the other party before. However, the other party's words seemed to remind him that there might be some kind of connection between the two of them. This connection was probably because they all came from the true spirit world. Just as everyone was discussing, they suddenly trembled and looked around in bewilderment. What a terrifying, murderous aura. What was going on? It seemed like a god of death was about to appear. Lin Xian was also stunned. There was a top assassin. Qin Xianer also stopped smiling. Wuxin, are you here? She asked coquettishly. The crowd was in an uproar again. Wuxin was a super assassin in the mortal world. He was also one of the people on the pilgrim ranking. He had also come. Now, the 7 people on the Transcendence ranking were finally all here. However, no one appeared between heaven and earth. That murderous aura came suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. It disappeared without a trace. Everyone even thought that they had been hallucinating. Did that Wu Exen come or not? Because of Lin Xian, so many people on the pilgrim ranking had come to confront each other. It could be said that this was the first time this had happened. However, at this moment, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the Destiny planet. Everyone's expression changed. The Destiny Stone was about to open. Humph, I'll spare your life this time. Wan Jinny's figure flickered, and he returned to his own area. Kid, you're very lucky. However, once you're out of the Destiny planet, you're still an ant in front of us. Emoshio also soared into the sky. Little brother, return to your own area. It's time to test your destiny. Qin Xianer smiled coquettishly and winked. What a powerful, bewitching technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He couldn't help it just now, but fortunately, his soul was also very strong. He recovered in an instant. I understand. Thank you, fairy. Qin Xianer was stunned. One had to know that her charm was something that even Mo Xiao and the others might not be able to completely resist. However, the youth in front of her had recovered in an instant. It really surprised her. It's getting more and more interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. Qin Xianer smiled coquettishly, then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Chao Tianqing also left. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian still thanked him. If not for Chao Tianqing's arrival, Wan Jinny would have already made his move. Those people returned to their own areas, leaving only Yu Quan in the 7th area. Yu Quan's face was gloomy. Brat, you're so arrogant. Once I recover my true cultivation, I'll show you how I'll kill you. He gritted his teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'll accompany you any time. But don't worry, I'll soon make it to the sage rankings. At that time, the first person to challenge me will be you. I'll trample you under my feet and replace you. At this point, Lin Xian laughed loudly and returned to the 9th zone. Damn it. Yu Quan was about to vomit blood. The other party was openly provoking him, but he couldn't fight back. This feeling was really too sullen. In the end, he held back and didn't make a move. This was the most important moment. They had all come to the celestial fate planet to wait for this moment. Sure enough, countless people looked in the direction of the commotion. There was a resplendent light in front of them. It was a scene of immortals. There was a huge stone in front of them. It had 9 caves and was incomparably mysterious. Is that the legendary Destiny Stone? It can test our future destiny. These people were extremely excited. After Lin Xian returned, Murong Qingqing and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked ahead. Is it finally about to begin? They were also a little nervous. They didn't know what level they would reach in the end. Everyone leaned forward and went up. At this moment, a figure in a green robe appeared beside the Destiny Stone. This person was wearing a bronze mask. Everyone was familiar with him. He was the Bronze Envoy. Chapter 3990. The Bronze Emissary walked out of the Bronze Gate. Could it be that he was going to preside over the test? Sure enough, the Bronze Emissary's voice was unusually calm. His voice spread throughout the surroundings. The test of the Destiny Stone had begun. Who will do it? Let me do it. A figure turned into lightning and instantly rushed forward. He was Lei Zhen. At this moment, he couldn't wait any longer. He had to find out what his destiny was. The Bronze Emissary didn't say anything. The others were also curious. They wanted to see what kind of future Lei Zhen had. At the same time, they also wanted to know how the Destiny Stone would test his destiny. Lei Zhen continued walking forward. He drew a line of blood on his palm and then placed his hand on the Destiny Stone. The blood merged into the Destiny Stone. In the next moment, the light on the Destiny Stone spun and intertwined with the Great Tao. Everyone was nervous and looked forward to it. As for Lei Zhen, he was extremely nervous. At this moment, the Destiny Stone changed. The changes intertwined and formed an image. In that illusion, there was a mighty and extraordinary figure. Stepping on thunder, he looked like the thunder god. There were 3 strange flowers above his head. They quickly formed and became more and more colorful. Then, the 3 strange purple flowers disappeared. All kinds of auspicious signs descended between heaven and earth. What was that? Everyone was surprised and didn't understand. They watched carefully and didn't dare to breathe loudly. The auspicious signs of heaven and earth quickly gathered. In the end, there was a shadow of a lotus, but it wasn't solid. It was very faint. Soon, all the illusions disappeared. Lei Zhen was also confused. He looked at the Bronze Emissary and said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." The Bronze Emissary said indifferently, "The 3 strange flowers on his head were the 3 flowers at one's prominence. From that he was a small saint. The auspicious signs in the sky were auspicious signs from the heavens. From that he could become a sacred venerate." When he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. In other words, Lei Zhen could become a sacred venerate. It was too amazing. Someone said, "Is he only a sacred venerate?" They thought that Lei Zhen could become a sacred king. Lei Zhen's expression changed drastically. Although becoming a sacred venerate was also a supreme expert, he was unwilling to accept it. His goal was to become a sacred king. "Senior, what is a sacred king?" Lei Zhen asked quickly. The Bronze Emissary said indifferently, "The Lotus Steps was the sacred king's illusion." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. In the end, all the strange phenomena formed an illusory lotus under Lei Zhen's feet. He still hadn't reached the level of lotus blooming step, but he had already surpassed the level of heavenly general auspicious signs. What was going on? The envoy looked at Lei Zhen and said in a deep voice, "It won't be a problem for you to become a sacred venerate. However, with your aptitude, it won't be easy for you to become a sage king. If one did not have a heaven-defying opportunity, one would not be able to become a sage king." This news was like a thunderclap. Lei Zhen's face turned ugly. Given his talent, he could only become a holy venerate. The blow was too great for him. One had to know that Sage King and Sage Sovereign were only 2 words apart, but their identities were vastly different. A Sage King was a supreme existence in the 2nd astral realm. The Saint Venerables could only kneel before the Saint Kings. However, the others were extremely envious. Although they couldn't become Saint Kings, Saint Venerables were extremely terrifying. That was a supreme expert who could sweep through an entire star field. If they could become one, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. I still have a chance. Lei Zhen clenched his fists. It wasn't that he couldn't become a Sage King, But this path was much more difficult. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't give up. Lei Zhen took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Thank you, Senior. Then he stepped back. Who would be the next one? Everyone was looking forward to it. To be honest, not everyone had the opportunity and strength to predict the destiny. Some people didn't even have the Dao Flower, let alone predict the destiny. Most people came to the Destiny Planet to look for treasures and work hard to improve themselves. Only a very small number of people were eager to know their future. And this group of people were those who stood at the pinnacle of existence. I'll do it. Nine-headed Qilin quickly walked out. He couldn't wait any longer. This time he had lost so many lives. He wanted a perfect result. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian, then came in front of the Destiny Stone. He bowed respectfully. He cut his palm and placed it on the Destiny Stone. Everyone was nervous and excited again. They didn't know what level Nine-headed Qilin would reach. Soon, the figure of Nine-headed Qilin appeared on the Destiny Stone. 3 flowers appeared above his head, and auspicious signs appeared. It was a Sage King. Many people exclaimed. However, it wasn't over. After the auspicious signs appeared, lotus flowers appeared under his feet. Lotus flowers bloomed with every step. Heavens, a Sage King! This Nine-headed Qilin had the potential to become a Sage King. Everyone screamed. Nine-headed Qilin's lips curled into a smile. Very good. Lei Zhen's face turned cold when he saw this. Damn it. He had been defeated by the other party. The bronze envoy also nodded slightly. If there were no accidents with your talent and potential, you could become a Sage King. Thank you, envoy. Nine-headed Qilin bowed respectfully and then walked away proudly. During this time, he glanced at Lin Xian with a hint of provocation. Lin Xian sneered. Wasn't Nine-headed Qilin a Sage King? He believed that with his talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a Sage King. Next, more experts went up. They were either chief disciples, top prodigies, or elders. Most of these people were holy venerates. There were very few Sage Kings. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a Sage King. However, it made sense. After becoming a Sage King, one could open up a sage city and accept 10,000 sages. How glorious was that! As for those above the Sage King, no one had appeared. Could someone become a supreme sage? Everyone didn't dare to believe it. There were so many sage cities in the astral realm, but there might not be a supreme sage. Thinking of the supreme sage, Lin Xian and the others thought of La Heishan. This was the remnant soul of a supreme sage. They wondered what Heishan had experienced back then for him to die. At the same time, they were also curious. How was Heishan in the Golden Palace? Was he in danger? Not long after, another scream was heard. It turned out that someone was creating lotus flowers with every step, forming the image of a Sage King. This made everyone exclaim. Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. Who was it? This was incredible. Li Hongxiu and the others looked carefully. It was Jianqin. The Crimson Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Jianqin, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, creating lotus flowers with every step. It seemed that his talent was indeed very strong. Next, the 2 peerless beauties, Gao Yu and Bai Luo, also went up to take the test. Chapter 3991. Their situation was similar to Lei Zhen's. Auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and an illusory lotus appeared beneath their feet. They had no problem becoming sacred sovereigns. However, to become a sacred king, it was difficult. With their talents, it would be very difficult for them to do so unless they had other great opportunities. The crown prince of the New Moon clan was in the same situation. More people went up. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Xian. So far, there were not many people who had the talent of becoming a sacred king. They wondered what Lin Wudi would be like. He should have the talent of becoming a sacred king. That was for sure. He had defeated Jian Qin and nine-headed Qilin. They wondered when he would go up for the test. They were looking forward to it. Some people also said that not only Lin Wuti, but the people around him were also very strong. They all had a high chance of becoming a Saint King. Why don't you guys go and try? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I'll go and try. The Northern Devil walked out. He cut his hand and placed it on the Destiny Stone. Soon, a golden lotus appeared beneath his feet. Lotuses bloomed with every step. Oh my God! This person also had the talent to become a sacred king. Who was he? Many people were shocked. This was one of Lin Wuti's companions. The surrounding experts were too shocked. Although they had seen the Northern Devil before, they did not think that he was famous. He was far inferior to Lin Wuti and Li Hongxiu. However, they did not expect that such a person had the talent to become a sacred king. One had to know that only Jian Chen, nine-headed Qilin, and a few others had such talent. Didn't this mean that this young man called the Northern Devil's talent was not inferior to nine-headed Qilin and the others? Not bad. The Northern Devil smiled when he returned. Lin Xian and the others gave him a thumbs up. He was very talented. The Crimson Dragon said from the side, Kid, don't worry. With your talent and that old man in a black shirt, you can become a sacred king. It's not impossible for you to surpass a sacred king in the future. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. Previously, the Bronze Envoy had said that as long as one had a heaven-defying opportunity, one could break through to the sacred king. Moreover, they knew that the sacred king's prediction was not 100% correct. For example, if one died prematurely, no matter how good one's fate was, it would be useless. I'll try. Li Hongxiu also stepped forward. She was the daughter of the Saint King, and her bloodline was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he was able to achieve the scene of lotuses blooming with every step. As expected, the daughter of a Saint King also had the talent to become a Saint King. Everyone was extremely envious. Little sister Qingqing, are you not going? Li Hongxiu asked after coming back. Lin Xian also said, Qingqing, go and try it. However, Murong Qingqing shook his head. No, I have the seven-colored phoenix bloodline. If it is revealed, I will be hunted down by the Phoenix clan. That would be bad. Lin Xian nodded. Since that was the case, then forget it. Anyway, Murong Qingqing's talent was definitely not inferior to his. That was a bloodline that even the emperor clans were jealous of. It should not be a problem for him to become a sage king. He even felt that Murong Qingqing could definitely go further. The Crimson Dragon and Toad didn't go either. The bloodline of the Crimson Dragon was also very terrifying among the Dragon clan. Therefore, he didn't want to take the lead. As for Toad, it was even more strange. It was originally a new creature of Tianming, so it didn't need to be tested. Therefore, only Lin Xian was left. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting. He wanted to see what kind of talent the people on the pilgrim list had. Yu Quan snorted coldly and took the lead. Everyone was excited. Oh God, it's Yu Quan. Are the people on the pilgrim list going to be tested? I wonder what kind of talent this group of people will have. These people were incomparably excited. Soon, lotuses rose under Yu Quan's feet. Lotuses blooming with every step. Everyone was envious. Yu Quan wasn't surprised by this. He snorted and walked back. Then, Mo Xiu also walked up. Lotuses blooming with every step. Qin Xianer charmed all living beings. Lotuses blooming with every step. However, they were all lotus blooming steps, but there were still differences. Qin Xianer's lotuses were obviously brighter and more numerous than Yu Quan's. Regarding this, Li Hongxiu explained that there were strong and weak Saint Kings. This meant that Qin Xianer's future achievements would be higher than Yu Quan's. Knowing this result, Yu Quan's face became a little ugly. Damn it, this woman. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by her again. When it was Wan Jinny's turn, everyone screamed, because Wan Jinny's lotuses were even more terrifying than Qin Xianer's. The sky was full of golden lotuses, flashing nonstop, covering the sky and the earth. Not only that, in the illusion, in addition to lotuses blooming under his feet, there was also a glimmer of light flickering above his head. The light of the Milky Way. A flash of light appeared in the bronze envoy's eyes. He smiled. I didn't expect you to be able to trigger the light of the Milky Way. Although it was only a glimmer, it was very weak. It meant that you had a chance to break through to the great sage realm. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They looked at Wan Jianyi with excited expressions. This talent was too heaven-defying. The first one appeared. A person with the ability to break through to the great sage realm had appeared. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised. The dark red divine dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was incredible. Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others also had solemn expressions. So far, so many top prodigies and peerless powerhouses had been tested, but only Wan Jianyi had triggered the light of the Milky Way. Wan Jianyi's lips curled into a smile. He clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. A great sage. Even he was excited at this moment. Great, Jianqin was cheering there. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was about to rise. If a great sage appeared in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, then they would be able to rule the second astral realm and surpass all the saint cities. As for the other holy cities, they were all extremely shocked. This was an incredible piece of news. It would probably cause a huge storm after the celestial fate star test ended. However, at this moment, the bronze envoy spoke. He said in a deep voice, although you triggered the light of the Milky Way, it was too weak. This doesn't mean that you can completely become a great sage. It's just that you have the possibility. As for whether you can become one, it depends on your luck. Thank you for your advice, Senior. I will remember it in my heart. Wan Jianyi cupped his fists and said, gratefully, although it was only a glimmer of possibility, it meant that he had surpassed the others, because the others didn't even have the slightest chance. Damn it, he actually had the chance to become a great sage. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu and the others clenched their fists. Their eyes were red, although they knew that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the other party to become a great sage. After all, there was such a possibility. However, they didn't have it at all. The gap was really too big. If they wanted to stop him, they would have to kill him before he became a great sage. Qin Xianer was also envious. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. The others were in an uproar. It seemed that from now on, they would have to befriend the 10,000 Swords Pavilion more. Chapter 3992. Everyone was in an uproar, but there were two people among them who were extremely calm. One of them was Chao Tiansheng, who stood with his hands behind his back and wore a green ghost mask. His expression was calm, as if this was not something to be surprised about. The other was a space-type powerhouse who stood in the void, exuding the power of space all over his body, making it impossible for others to see him clearly. Gufeng. Although the crowd could not see his face clearly, they could feel his smile. This was too strange. Everyone knew that this was because the other party's use of space power had reached perfection. They could only see what the other party wanted them to see, if he did not want them to see it. Even if they broke their heads and used all their secret methods, they would not be able to find anything. The other party was actually smiling. It seemed that the other party also had unlimited confidence. They were looking forward to it. They did not know what this space-type powerhouse would look like. Let me test it. The appearance of the starry river's brilliance completely caused everyone to boil. Even the top assassin hiding in the dark could not hold it in anymore. He finally walked out of the void. This was the top killer saint in the mortal world. As expected, he also came. Many people screamed. This person was Wu Exan. After he walked up, he also took the test. Under his feet, golden lotuses of the great path filled the sky, incomparably dazzling. The scene was better than that of Mo Xiu, Yu Quan, and the others. This made Mo Xiao and Yu Quan's expressions turn ugly, especially Yu Quan, whose teeth were about to shatter. However, the only thing that made people sigh was that there was no Starry River's brilliance with every step. This meant that the other party was not fated to become a supreme saint. Impossible. Wu Xian could not accept this fact at all. Was he really not fated to become a supreme saint? Damn it, I don't believe it. What kind of broken stone is this? He actually pulled out a killing sword and slashed it fiercely. No. Damn it, how dare you? Many people screamed. If the Destiny Stone was destroyed, wouldn't that mean that they would not even be qualified to take the test? At this critical moment, the bronze emissary stretched out a finger and gently pointed in front of him. The sword in Wu Xian's hand shattered, and his arm turned into a bloody mist and flew backward. Seeing that it was not easy for you to cultivate, I will spare your life. If you dare to offend me again, your heart and soul will be destroyed. Scram! The bronze emissary shouted coldly. Wu Xian heard this and ran away. The others were shocked beyond words. That was Wu Xin, a top genius on the pilgrim list. But now, in front of the bronze emissary, he couldn't even block a single finger. How strong was the bronze emissary? They didn't know, but it was likely that no one would dare to act impudently in front of him anymore. Humph, what a reckless fool. He actually dared to provoke the bronze envoy? Gu Feng shook his head. He stepped forward and cupped his fists at the bronze envoy. Senior, please calm down. That kind of trash was not worth getting angry over. Why don't I use my heavenly fate test to make you happy? After saying that, he walked forward. The surrounding people whispered to each other. This Gu Feng was too confident. That's right, he actually looked down on Wu Xian. He wondered what his destiny would be like. At this moment, countless people were paying attention. Even Lin Xian had a serious expression on his face. Soon, lotuses bloomed at every step. This caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. This was something that everyone had expected. The strength of this spatial cultivator was unparalleled. However, no one knew if he had the possibility of becoming a great sage. At this moment, even Wan Jianyi became nervous. Could Gu Feng's future achievements be on par with his? In the next moment, countless people screamed, "Look, it's the Milky Way splendor." Indeed, the Milky Way splendor appeared under Gu Feng's lead. It was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the sky. This Milky Way splendor was much brighter than Wan Jianyi's. The talent of a great sage. He had the talent to become a great sage. This Gu Feng's talent was too strong. As expected of a spatial cultivator, screams rang out one after another. At this moment, the surrounding sages were all stunned. Even the people on the pilgrim list were in an uproar. Was it true? Was his talent better than Wan Jianyi's? Mo Xiao, Yu Quan, and the others clenched their fists tightly. They were about to go crazy with jealousy. Wan Jianyi's face also turned ugly. Was there someone who surpassed him in talent? Damn it! Gu Feng's future achievements were actually greater than his. The bronze emissary's eyes also burst out with a bright light. He clapped his hands and laughed. Good, good, good. He didn't expect that there would finally be a complete Milky Way splendor. If there were no accidents in the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a great sage. A great sage was an existence above a sage king. There wasn't a single great sage in the entire second astral realm. One could imagine how heaven-defying and terrifying this was. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others gasped. This was a peerless enemy. When he grew up in the future, he would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Wan Jianyi's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. This Gu Feng made him feel a sense of fear and danger. He had to get rid of him, and it had to be done in the near future, preferably before he became a sage. Otherwise, this spatial cultivator would be even more terrifying in the future. Even Chao Tiancheng revealed a look of surprise this time. His eyes flickered with a mysterious light. No one knew what he was thinking. Space was king. It was indeed a well-deserved reputation. He nodded slightly. the surrounding people exclaimed, and it took a long time before they gradually calmed down. Everyone's gaze turned to Chao Tianxing. There was only one person left on the pilgrim rankings. This Chao Tianxing was incomparably mysterious. No one had even seen his real face. Moreover, he didn't fight often, but every time he did it was earth-shattering. Previously, he had confronted Wan Jinni. Thinking about it, his strength was definitely not inferior to Wan Jinni. They wondered how his heaven's will was. Whispers sounded. Everyone was incomparably curious. Even Lin Xian and the others were looking forward to it. However, Chao Tianxing shook his head. I don't need to test my heaven's will. What? Everyone was stunned. He didn't need to test? Even Wan Jinni, Gu Feng, and the others were stunned. Yu Quan and the others were even more stunned. They had worked so hard to suppress their cultivation to come to the celestial realm. Wasn't it just to test their heaven's will? But now, there was someone who didn't want to take the test. What kind of joke was this? Then why did he come here? I think you don't dare. Wan Jinni snorted coldly. Previously, the other party dared to confront him, which made him very unhappy. Facing this kind of provocation, Chao Tianxing didn't care. There was no such thing as daring or not. It was just whether he wanted to or not. I said that I don't need to test. I hope that Lord Envoy can forgive me. The bronze envoy also revealed a look of surprise. There was actually someone who could resist this kind of temptation. One must know that. The future was so mysterious. If someone could seize the opportunity first, it would be much more convenient in the future. It could be said that one step ahead and every step ahead. However, there was actually someone who didn't want this opportunity. It really surprised him. Chapter 3993. Lin Xian and the others also frowned. This Chao Tianxing was incredible. He must have a huge secret. The Crimson Dragon said. Morong Qingqing too. His eyes flickered. Perhaps he has the same bloodline as us. Indeed, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others did not participate in the test, because they had shocking bloodlines. Once it was exposed, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it would even cause the imperial clans to hunt them down. Chao Tianxing was unpredictable. Perhaps he had the same worry, but no one knew what it was exactly. Interesting. They couldn't see through him. Gu Feng was also very surprised. He felt that the other party was even more mysterious than him. It seemed that he would be a difficult opponent in the future. Chao Tianxing gave up. This surprised everyone. However, the test still had to be carried out. Soon, someone went up to take the test again. It was their destiny. Most of them were followers of the pilgrim role. These people were called followers, but their strength was also abnormally strong. They were not weaker than the chief disciples. In fact, they were even stronger. Therefore, these people were very talented. Many of them had the hope of becoming sacred venerables. The saints in the other areas also came up to take the test. After all, as long as they went up and pressed their blood and palm on it, they would be able to see the future. This made everyone tempted. However, the next best was only a sacred venerable. The sacred king never appeared again. Everyone knew that if it was not the top chief disciples or the people on the pilgrim roll, it was impossible for others to become a sacred king. Not to mention a great sage. So far, there were only 2 people. To be exact, there was only one. Wan Jinni only had hope. As for whether he would succeed in the future, no one knew. I'll go and try. Lin Xian looked for a long time. He took a deep breath and walked forward. As soon as he walked out, everyone stopped talking. The entire place was silent. Planet Tianming was terrifyingly quiet. Was Lin Wudi going to take the test? Could he finally not hold it in anymore? I thought he was going to give up too. Exclamations sounded. At this moment, it could be said that he was the center of attention. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, Prince Da, and the others clenched their fists. This was their lifelong enemy. Yu Quan and the others also had ice-cold looks on their faces. Although the other side's cultivation was inferior to theirs, they were still quite powerful. However, his strength had already shocked them. In the future, he would be a strong opponent for the Pilgrim rankings. He could be said to be a potential enemy. The fate of such a person was what they were most concerned about. If it was super strong, they would find a way to kill it in the cradle. Northern Monster and the others were nervous as well. With this kid's talent and physique, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a Saint King, right? He wondered if he could become a great saint. They were also nervous and expectant. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian walked forward. Lin Xian first bowed to the bronze emissary before cutting his finger and pressing it forward. The bronze emissary also nodded slightly. His memory of the young man in front of him was still fresh. He remembered that the other party had even broken a world record. Such a person's talent and future were destined to be good. Perhaps Su could give her an unexpected surprise. Come, let me see what kind of heaven's mandate you can reach. Gu Feng crossed his arms. The spatial energy in his body was becoming more and more mysterious. On the other side, Mr. Chow also had his hands behind his back. This time his expression was solemn. Lin Xian's blood fused into the Heaven's Mandate Stone. The Heaven's Mandate Stone shone brightly as the great Tao intertwined. 3 flowers gathered above, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and lotuses bloomed with every step. Soon, various phenomena appeared around Lin Xian, causing countless people to exclaim. Lotuses bloomed with every step. This kid really had the talent to become a Saint King. That was for sure. If he couldn't become a Saint King, the others probably wouldn't have any hope. After all, Lin Xian was now known as the #1 chief disciple. Did he have the opportunity to become a great saint? These people were all nervous. Even people as strong as Jian Qin and the 9 Qilins didn't have such a possibility. Even many of the experts on the pilgrim roll didn't have it. There were only 2 people. One was Gu Feng, and the other was Wan Jinni. Gu Feng was sure that Wan Jinni only had a slight chance. It could be said that he only had 1.5 chances. Could Lin Xian break the legend that Gu Feng had created? To be honest, even Lin Xian was nervous. Gradually, light gathered above his head and then burst out. It was the galaxy's splendor. Countless people screamed. At this moment, all the saints on planet Tianming were shocked. This kid had really condensed it. The galaxy's splendor. That's great. The Crimson Dragon and the others screamed. I knew that this kid definitely had the ability to become a great saint. Murong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. It was rumored that when the 9-yang divine body was cultivated to greater mastery, it wouldn't be a problem to become a great saint. Now it seemed that it was true. Even Li Hongxiu was stunned. Wow, this kid actually had such a heaven-defying destiny. The toad jumped up in shock. Am I seeing things? It was so rare for a great saint to appear. Everyone knew that. Now, Lin Xian also had such a possibility. Moreover, the galaxy splendor was comparable to Gu Feng's, completely surpassing Wan Jinni's. In other words, if he didn't die, there would be no problem for him to become a great saint. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Damn it, how could it be like this? Lei Zhan, the 9 Qilins, the eldest prince, and the others gritted their teeth. Their eyes were red, and they were about to faint. In the past, they had never put the other party in their eyes, but now, the other party had already surpassed them. In the future, he would also ruthlessly trample them under his feet. This really frightened them. Gao Yu by Luo, and the others exclaimed in shock. On the other side, Yu Quan gritted his teeth. Great saint, the other party's future was better than his, and it was much better than his. And Mo Xiu was the same. He was simply going crazy with jealousy. This kid was really too surprising. Jian Qin was also shocked. He didn't dare to believe it. Wan Jinni's face was cold, and his eyes were murderous. Was the other party's talent better than his? Damn it, he didn't believe it. Beside him, Jian Qin said, "Senior brother, don't worry. The future is limitless. If he dies early, he won't have a chance to become a great saint. Senior brother, it's not convenient for you to make a move. When we leave planet Tianming, I'll make arrangements. I'll make sure that he can't even become a small saint. These people had the intention to kill. In fact, not only Jianchen and the Myriad Sword Pavilion, but the other saint cities also had the intention to kill. The reason for that was because Lin Xian had made too many enemies in the past. If such a person became a great saint in the future, then who in the two-star realm would be his match? Interesting. Chao Tianqing's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was very interested in Lin Xian. The bronze emissary also clapped and laughed. Good, good, good. It was simply heaven-defying to have a great saint. But now there were two. It really made him happy. It seemed that this generation was even more terrifying than before. Chapter 3994. On the other side, the smile on Gu Feng's face disappeared. To be honest, he was looking forward to seeing what kind of future the other party would have. However, when he saw it, he felt a little uncomfortable. The other party had the same qualifications as him, a supreme saint. This made him extremely unhappy. He was the king of spatial divine powers. How could the other party compare to him? Humph! He snorted coldly, and his face darkened. A supreme saint? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he was very excited, this was not what he wanted. He wanted more. Just when the others thought that it was about to end, the situation changed again. This time, everyone was stunned. Even the bronze emissary was dumbfounded. He could not believe it. His jaw was about to drop. The brilliance of the galaxy in the sky kept flickering, and then it formed one star after another. It turned into a starry universe and matured above Lin Xian's head. What kind of scene was this? It was too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. This was impossible. Gu Feng also screamed, and Wan Jinny's eyes were filled with killing intent. He could not help but want to attack now. This kid had to be at the peak of the Supreme Saints. The Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingqing were also shocked. However, this was not the end. The starry universe above his head actually hung down and enveloped Lin Xian. Finally, it crawled under Lin Xian's feet. This scene was too terrifying. Stepping on the galaxy? Was this still the brilliance of the galaxy? Everyone looked over and found that the changes continued. Lin Xian's figure appeared in the stars under his feet and in the endless starry world. He was like a god, accepting the worship of all the worlds in the heavens. At this moment, the bronze messenger was terrified. He took 3 steps back and screamed in horror. Illuminating the heavens. You can actually reach the level of illuminating the heavens. Impossible. The others were also stunned. They had never seen this scene before. At this moment, when they heard the bronze messenger scream and tremble, they were even more shocked. Illuminating the heavens, what was that? One had to know that different destinies had different titles. For example, the auspicious sign of the heavens was a saint. Lotus blooming with every step was a saint king. The splendor of the Milky Way was a great sage. However, at this moment, a new term had appeared, heaven illuminating. Could it be above the great sage realm? These people had such a thought. Then they all shook their heads frantically. They were all stunned. That's impossible. Wasn't the existence above the great sage a legendary existence? Did anyone really have that kind of aptitude? This was simply too heaven-defying. Above the great sage, there was no need to mention the great emperor. Since ancient times, every martial monarch had been a supreme existence that had shaken both the past and the present. Such a person had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, their greatest goal in life was to become the legendary Great Emperor. They also walked the path of the primeval emperors, but in their hearts, they knew very well that the primeval emperors were the strongest. This was just a beautiful dream that no one could achieve. Right now, even becoming a great sage was an extravagant hope, let alone becoming an existence above the great sage. But now, someone had actually obtained that talent. It can't be. This brat, He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The Crimson Dragon was also dumbfounded. Morong Ching-chung exclaimed, "That's great! Brother Xian's future is too good." Li Hongxiu, who was next to him, was also stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. Not only them, but Wan Jenny, Gufeng, and the others were also dumbfounded. Chao Tianxing's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. At this moment he seemed to have been resurrected as he stared at Lin Xian. Impossible. Everyone was roaring. They couldn't accept it at all. They didn't dare to imagine it. Get rid of this brat. We must get rid of him. Wan, Jenny, Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, and the others were filled with killing intent. They swore that they wouldn't wait a second after leaving the heavenly fate planet. They had to work together to get rid of him. They would never allow such a person to exist. At the same time, the bronze messenger was also stunned. He had never seen such a situation. Illuminating the heavens only existed in ancient books. At this moment he saw it with his own eyes. Was he going to witness history? Was a great emperor suddenly rising in front of him? Thinking of this possibility, even with his cultivation and strength, he couldn't help but tremble. Illuminating the heavens, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was also excited, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Great. Although he didn't know whether it was a great emperor or not, it was definitely in existence above the great saint realm. His life and death battles weren't in vain. It was too worth it. This time's heavenly fate test was really worth it. However, at this moment, another change occurred. The heavens, illuminating the heavens under Lin Xian's feet, suddenly became incomparably dark. They turned into black lotuses, blooming everywhere. What's going on? Is there a change? Black lotuses, blooming with every step? What the hell was going on? These people were all stunned. Those black lotuses kept blooming and then crazily wrapped around Lin Xian. They wanted to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This kind of lotus? He was completely stunned. This sudden turn of events stunned all the people present. The bronze emissary was stunned again. This time his eyes almost fell out again. At the same time, the heavens illuminating the heavens disappeared. The heavenly fate stone trembled, and blood gushed out from the 9 holes. It was abnormally strange and terrifying. It stained the starry sky, and the blood condensed into a huge killing intent. The killing intent was monstrous. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. Retreat. They frantically retreated. What exactly happened? The black lotuses reappeared, and blood dyed the sky. The bronze emissary screamed crazily and jumped up. "You are a person abandoned by the heavens." Lin Xian was also shocked. The heavens, illuminating the heavens, had long been dyed red by the blood. That immense killing intent almost caused his body to collapse. He frantically resisted, and at the same time, what shocked him even more was the black lotuses under his feet. How could he forget this kind of black lotus? He would remember it for the rest of his life. This was because when he was young, it was this kind of lotus that sealed his meridians, preventing him from cultivating. After that, Lord Alcohol appeared and cracked the black lotus, allowing him to cultivate. He thought that he would never see this kind of lotus again in his life. But he didn't expect to see it again now. And these black lotuses wanted to seal him again. Damn it, what's going on? He activated his dragon-shaped sword chi and frantically resisted. The others were even more stunned. A person abandoned by the heavens? What did this mean? Could it be that he was abandoned by the heavens? But what was going on with the heavens illuminating the heavens? All of this was too strange. Even though these people were favored by the heavens, they were still stunned. Chapter 3995. Ha ha ha. At this moment, someone laughed proudly. It was Yu Quan. His nerves were incomparably ferocious. What heaven illuminator! What great holy sun! You're a dead man. Did you see that kill? Heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Lin Wudi, you will definitely die. The others were also in an uproar. Mo Xiu jumped out and sneered. That's right. Heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Why are you still alive? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. This sudden change shocked everyone. It was impossible, right? How could it be like this? The North Demon and the others exclaimed. Li Hongxiu also found it hard to understand. The Crimson Dragon frowned. Damn it, why did the Blood Fiend appear? How could the Heaven Illuminator disappear? How could that kid become a person abandoned by the heavens? One had to know that Lin Xian had many fortunes along the way. He had a divine body and a dragon sword soul. It was hard to find one in tens of thousands of years, and along the way he had relied on his own strength to obtain all kinds of heavenly treasures. Such a person was simply the chosen one of the heavens. How could he be a person abandoned by the heavens? The toad screamed again. In his life, he had never felt as excited as today. This, he stuttered again. Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing was incomparably nervous. She didn't care whether he was a heaven illuminator or a person abandoned by the heavens. She was very worried about Lin Xian. She was afraid that Lin Xian couldn't accept this fact. Heaven illuminator and a person abandoned by the heavens actually happened to the same person at the same time. What a strange thing. Chao Tianqing had his hands behind his back. His brows were tightly knitted together. He couldn't understand this kind of thing. On the other side, Gu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Scared to death. I originally thought that he was going to completely surpass me. Now it seems that his path has come to an end. Such a person isn't worthy of my attention. He shook his head and ignored it. How could a person abandoned by the heavens have a future? Humph. Jian Chen also revealed a cold smile. Senior brother, it seems that we don't need to do anything. The heavens and earth won't tolerate him. Beside him, the killing intent in Wan Jinni's eyes also disappeared. He also laughed. A person without a future is not worthy of our attack. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably grave. He did not understand what the Black Lotus represented, and what it meant to be abandoned by the heavens. However, he felt a great sense of danger. Fortunately, he was now a powerful saint. He was no longer the weak young man from back then. The dragon-shaped sword Qi swung out, bringing with it an unparalleled sharp aura that cut off everything. Those black lotuses were blocked by the sword Qi, unable to get close at all. However, Lin Xian's expression was extremely serious. He lifted his head to look at the bronze envoy and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, what's going on?" The bronze messenger was also stunned. His heart seemed to have been thrown into the 9 heavens before falling into a bottomless abyss. The young man in front of him had first conjured a heaven illuminator. This unprecedented illusion made him think that he was a young great emperor. But now, the illusion of someone who had been abandoned by the heavens appeared once more, staining the starry sky with blood. These 2 illusions were actually on the same person. It was truly shocking. However, the bronze envoy knew what this meant. Therefore, his voice turned icy cold. His meaning was already very clear. You have been abandoned by the heavens and earth and cannot exist in this world. He abruptly stretched out a large bronze hand and slapped forward fiercely. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The bronze envoy had made his move. Previously, the bronze envoy had severely injured Wu Exan with a single finger. Could Lin Xian block it? Wouldn't this slap destroy Lin Xian's astral soul? Not good. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others shrieked in alarm, wanting to intervene. However, just the aftermath of this energy made it impossible for them to move forward. On the other side lay Zhen, the 9-headed Qilin, and the others were ecstatic. Jian Qin and the others were even more excited. This was great. This attack would definitely kill the other party. He was still far from being able to fight with them. They did not even need to make a move to kill the other party. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The bronze envoy was definitely a sacred venerate. He might even be a saint king. How could he possibly block such an attack? He felt his entire body turn cold. He could not even summon the power of the Grand Sage Pagoda. Was he going to die? He was unwilling to accept this. So what if he was a bronze envoy? He activated the great dragon sword soul and roared crazily. He would not sit still and wait for death. This was not his style. It was like throwing an egg against a rock. Wan, Jenny, Gufeng, and the others sneered when they saw this. There was no suspense in this battle. At this critical moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up. It enveloped the bronze hand. Then, with a cracking sound, countless bronze fragments fell to the ground. The bronze hand in the sky was directly cut in half. The bronze envoy grunted and retreated. Who was it? He roared crazily. The others were also stunned. What was going on? Lin Wuti was not dead. Someone actually saved Lin Wuti. That was impossible. Who in this world could stop the bronze envoy? Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be? He turned his head. A figure floated down from the ninth heaven and came to his side. It was a figure covered in black fog. It was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura he emitted was too strange and mysterious. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure. It was as if their hearts were about to shatter. Who are you? The bronze envoy's pupils constricted. This person's aura was very dangerous. Lin Xian smiled. Black Mountain, you're finally here. He did not expect Black Mountain to come at this critical moment. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. That's great, you old ghost. Do you know that it was extremely dangerous just now? The Crimson Dragon roared from behind. Master and the North Demon also rushed over. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was a top expert. With him around, Brother Xian should not be in danger. The toad shrunk its neck. It was scared to death. It naturally knew Black Mountain. It had seen him in the Golden Palace before. However, it did not expect him to be stronger than it had imagined. He actually dared to fight against the bronze envoy. Who was this person? Was there such a terrifying existence behind Lin Wuti? Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, and the others felt their hair stand on end. Gufeng and Wan Jinni's faces became extremely solemn. Even Chao Tianqing's expression was solemn. Lei Zhen, Nine Qilins, and the others screamed. It was him. How could it be? They had seen Black Mountain once. Previously, in the depths of the Golden Palace, there was a figure standing in front of the golden platform. Although his back was facing them at that time, they could recognize him at a glance. It was the figure in front of them. Heavens, who was this person? Why did he protect Lin Wuti? They were about to go crazy from anger. You dare to fight against me? Do you want to die? The bronze envoy's voice was unusually cold. Black Mountain snorted. Little envoy, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you want to die? He was incomparably domineering. Chapter 3996. The bronze emissary's expression was cold. Which holy city are you from? He stared at him for a long time, but couldn't tell which holy city he was from. However, he soon snorted coldly. No matter which holy city you are from, this kid is abandoned by the heavens. If you dare to help him, you are going against the heavens. Your soul will be destroyed. Do you dare? At this point, the destined star suddenly erupted with unparalleled power. Lightning fell from the heavens as if to destroy everything. Are you threatening me? Black Mountain snorted coldly. Can you represent the heavens? What abandoned by the heavens? You are just abandoned by the mortals. What's the big deal? If this path is blocked, there are other paths. If you dare to make a move, you have to ask my permission first. An extremely terrifying aura also rushed out of Black Mountain's body. A jade-like rui appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly, and the lightning above collapsed. The endless lightning strikes were destroyed before they even landed. This scene shocked the bronze emissary even more. Damn it, how did this happen? The toad jumped up. Damn it, how did you get that thing? The others were also stunned. They remembered this Jade Rui. Back then, on the golden platform, there was a sleeping woman. She had the body of a human and the tail of a snake, and she was holding the Jade Rui in her hand. Who would have thought that the other party would get his hands on it? How dare you use the Queen's item? The toad was about to go crazy. It wanted nothing more than to pounce on the other party. However, it was stopped by the dark red holy dragon. Brother, don't worry. Old Black is too strong. You can't beat him. This person was really too strong. He could be easily destroyed by the lightning tribulation. What kind of existence was he? At the same time, they were even more shocked. Abandoned by the heavens? Abandoned by the mortals? What was going on? What did it mean? Even Lin Xian was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't have a future. Was there another path? The bronze emissary's pupils constricted. How did you know? Who are you? He was too shocked. This kind of secret wasn't something that just anyone could know. Even the second astral realm didn't know. How did the other party know? Damn it. Could it be that the other party came from the third astral realm, the legendary world? He couldn't believe it. But why would such a person appear here? It shouldn't be. The bronze emissary would never have guessed that Black Mountain was a supreme saint and a remnant soul at that. Lin Xian also asked, "What does Black Mountain mean? What was an abandoned immortal? Speak clearly." He Shan said, "We'll talk about this later. The one beside you is the red spider lily, right? I'll help you get rid of it." Yuruyu and the other resurrection lilies in his hands instantly collapsed. Black lotus, red spider lily. Lin Xian was even more shocked. It seemed like He Shan knew a lot of things. Perhaps he could find out from He Shan who had sealed him? Why were these black lotuses targeting him? Damn it. Don't think that you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you know a little. I am the bronze emissary, and I have been ordered to guard planet Tianming. I have the final say in this world. At this point, the entire world began to tremble along with him. Boundless laws of heaven and earth gathered in his hand, forming a world in his palm. What do you have to contend with me? In the end, the world within the palm transformed into a bronze gate. Everyone was very familiar with it. After crossing the bronze gate, there was a strange space. However, they didn't expect that the bronze gate could be used as a weapon in battle. Was this a sage artifact? The powerful aura shocked everyone. They were forced to crawl on the ground. He Shan snorted coldly. My cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant in front of me. Indeed, if he was in his peak state, he could kill He Shan with one look. However, he was only a remnant soul now. Even so, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Yuruyu in his hand flew out and blocked the bronze gate. It even suppressed the bronze gate. Impossible. What is this thing? Could it be? The bronze emissary was stunned. Even his bronze gate was suppressed. At this moment, another person walked over from afar, coughing as he walked. How lively! An old woman came over to take a look. It was an old woman with white hair and a walking stick. Her back was hunched and her face was sallow. She was coughing and looked very sick. She took 1 step, 2 steps, and arrived near the bronze emissary in an instant. Stop. Don't do these things anymore. Otherwise, your wife will teach you a lesson. The old woman's voice was low, but it could be heard clearly by the people. Many people exclaimed, Heavens, another person who looked down on the bronze emissary has appeared? It was unbelievable. Was this person also here to help Lin Xian? Damn it. What kind of luck did Lin Wudi have to have so many experts to protect him? At this moment, many people were jealous. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. With He Shan around, he was relieved. Now that another mysterious expert had appeared, There shouldn't be any danger. Who are you? How dare you control me? The bronze emissary roared and slapped out. Oh, how dare you attack my wife? The old woman was leaning on her walking stick, and there was a flower basket hanging on it. She took out a pair of scissors from the basket and cut in front of her. The scissors suddenly let out a loud dragon roar and turned into two huge dragons, cutting the palm into pieces again. The bronze emissary retreated and screamed. Dragon scissors. You're the flower tailor. Damn you, you're here too? The bronze emissary's expression became extremely ugly. The surrounding people were surprised. Who was this person? Some of the top experts exclaimed. Could it be someone from the Heavenly Law Union? What? The Heavenly Law sect? The legendary existence that enforced justice on behalf of the heavens? Everyone had heard of this organization. This organization was very mysterious. It was said that they represented the heavens and earth to protect the safety of the top experts. They were to prevent some experts from being jealous and attacking them. That's not right. Wasn't Lin Wudi abandoned by the heavens? He shouldn't be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Why would the heavenly law help him? They should kill him. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They couldn't understand what was going on. Even Lin Xian couldn't figure it out. However, he was no stranger to the Heavenly Law Union. When he was attacked by the mortal world, he met an expert from the Heavenly Law Union. At that time, he was a drunkard who gave him a bottle of wine. He didn't expect another flower tailor to appear. It seemed that this flower tailor was even stronger. Do you still want to attack? The flower tailor continued to ask. He Shan sneered. If you attack again, this will be your grave. No one had ever dared to threaten the bronze emissary. However, this time, the bronze emissary admitted defeat. The flower tailor was enough to make him feel like he was facing a great enemy, not to mention the mysterious person beside her. It was as terrifying as the jade in his hand. He snorted coldly. He was abandoned by the heavens. Even if you save him today, he will not be tolerated by the heavens and earth, and you will be punished by the heavens and earth. I'm not afraid of threats. He Shan sneered and didn't care. The flower tailor also said that you don't represent the heavens. Chapter 3997. Let's go, young man. Tailor Hua and Black Mountain joined forces to take Su Qing, Murong Qingqing, and the others away and disappeared. The others were extremely surprised. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Could it be that Lin Wudi wasn't really abandoned by the heavens? Damn it, no, they had to make a move. They couldn't let him live. Originally, they thought that the other party would die when the bronze emissary made a move. Moreover, he had no future. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. The people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance came to his rescue, which meant that there must be a secret. But they didn't know what it was. More importantly, the other party had condensed a heaven illuminator. This was an existence that surpassed the great sage. So they absolutely couldn't allow such a person to exist. They had to kill him. For a time, many sacred cities began to plan. Once they left the Destiny Star, they would start a crazy hunt. On the other side, Tailor Hua and Black Mountain joined hands and left the bronze emissary with Lin Xian. However, they didn't leave the Destiny Star. Instead, they came to a safe place at the edge. Black Mountain used the jade in his hand to form an independent space that enveloped everyone. He said that this place wouldn't be controlled by the Destiny Star. The toad looked at the jade with red eyes, but it didn't dare to say anything. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior. Young man, you have a promising future. It's our duty to protect young geniuses like you. Not only you, but if other top geniuses are persecuted like this, we will definitely help." Tailor Hua said, "Senior, what's going on? Black Mountain, do you know? Hurry up and tell me." Lin Xian was too confused. What happened today was completely beyond his expectations. The black lotus that sealed him appeared again, and it was called the Red Spider Lily. He used a heaven illuminator, which was above the great sage. Then he became a person abandoned by the heavens. And Black Mountain said that he was abandoned by the immortals. What was the difference between the two? What surprised him even more was that the Heavenly Tao Alliance, which claimed to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, was protecting him at this moment. Wasn't this the opposite of the scene that the Destiny Stone manifested? Murong Qingqing and the others were also confused, so they all looked at Heishan and Hua Taylor. Heishan said, "Kid, there are some things that you know too early. When you have the strength in the future and step into that realm, you will naturally understand." Damn it, old man. Everyone's hearts were itching with anxiety. They didn't expect that the other party wouldn't say anything. Lin Xian also sighed. He had not expected that the other party would actually hold back. However, Heishan added, "Don't worry. If this path doesn't work, there are other paths. You just need to walk down with peace of mind. As for the embroidered tailor at the side, I can say something. You are indeed not a person abandoned by the heavens, but a person abandoned by the immortals. Although we are known as the Heavenly Tao Union in the outside world, our true name is the Deity Tao Union. We are not in the same league as them." Everyone was stunned. There was too much information in these words. They were all confused. What was the meaning of this? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that he still didn't know most of the things that had happened. For example, who exactly were the black lotus flowers and the bronze envoy? However, Shao Chun understood. The faction behind the bronze envoy and the embroidered tailor were two different factions. Both of these factions represented the heavens. However, there was a subdivision. As for the other sages in the outside world, they did not know. They all thought that these two factions represented the Heavenly Tao. That was probably why the previous matter happened. If that was the case, then Lin Xian had nothing to fear. Shao Qin smiled coldly. So what if he was a person abandoned by the immortals? Since he was not recognized by the Bronze Envoy's faction, he would take another path. Heishan also said that this path didn't work. There were other paths. Heishan wanted to end Shao Chen's life and death with just one destiny stone? That was too simple. An extremely terrifying light burst out of Lin Xian's eyes. "Brat, you are not dispirited or afraid. This makes me feel very gratified." When Heishan saw Lin Xian's expression, he nodded in satisfaction. "What is there to be afraid of? You already said that we are not in the same league. What can they do to me? Young man, just cultivate properly. There is no need to be afraid of them. We will help you block those people. Old woman, this is something we can do. Many thanks, senior." Lin Xian performed a cupped fist salute. Given the bronze envoy status, it was even scarier than the holy city. If those people wanted to attack, Shao Chen would be in great danger. Now, with the Deity Tao Union's guarantee, those mysterious factions should not touch Shao Chen. However, there was still one more problem. Lin Xian felt very confused. Why did they target him? Lin Xian could not understand. This was especially so for that black lotus flower. Why did it want to seal him? After all, Shao Chen was not the only one with exceptional talent. Even Heishan was confused about this. He could not explain this either. The embroidered tailor, who was at the side, revealed a look of shock. She sized up Lin Xian again. Perhaps it was that possibility. Heishan did not elaborate. Instead, she instructed him again. "Your future path might be very dangerous. However, if you can charge out, it is not impossible for you to become a heaven illuminator in the future." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A heaven illuminator? Was that really a supreme existence above a great sage? Could Lin Xian really reach that step? Lin Xian also sucked in a deep breath of air, his eyes filled with excitement. "Many thanks, senior." Now they just had to wait here. The Heaven's Mandate stone activated. The time before they left the Heaven's Mandate star was very tight. Hence, they waited patiently. On the other side, the atmosphere at the Bronze Envoy's side was incredibly awkward. The incomparably powerful bronze emissary had actually been scared off. The surrounding people were all stupefied. Most of the important people had already tested their heavenly fate. As for the others, they did not dare to step forward. If they angered the bronze envoy at this moment, not to mention testing their heavenly fate, they might even lose their lives. This fellow was too strange. The things that happened to him were too strange. Right, that was right. Quickly get rid of him. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had no future and would die for sure. However, the Heavenly Dao Union's people chased him away. This meant that there was still hope for him. Furthermore, if he could continue living, could he become a heaven illuminator? When they thought of this possibility, they felt horrified. They absolutely could not allow such a person to exist. These people decided that they would immediately take action after returning and kill him with all their might. Just like that, they waited for another 3 days. After 3 days, the seal on the Heaven's Mandate Star was unlocked. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Were they finally leaving? They had stayed on the Heaven's Mandate Star for several years. During this time, they had obtained countless treasures. However, many of their companions had also fallen. At this moment, leaving them was really like a dream. Let's go. These people soared into the sky one after another. Quickly, they must get in front of Lin Wudi. Inform the people of the sacred land to join forces to kill him. This was the best opportunity. They could not let him grow wings and fly away. Chapter 3998. Lei Zhen, Nine-Headed Qilin, Yuquan Emoshio, and the others were moving very fast. Wan Jinni had already started to contact the people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also moving. They turned into a stream of light and flew out quickly. Outside the Heavenly Fate planet, countless experts and saints were waiting. Many of them were minor saints and powerful elders. At this moment, their expressions were solemn and filled with anxiety. A few years had passed. Those people inside should have obtained some good fortune. Of course, some elders of the sacred city were gnashing their teeth. They all had soul tablets in their hands and knew how many people had died. It was precisely because they knew that they were vomiting blood. The reason for that was because they discovered that the number of deaths far exceeded their expectations, especially the Yellow Spring Palace and the Great Desolate Prefecture. Their teeth were about to break, because they realized that their chief disciples had died inside. This was intolerable. No matter who it was, they must kill him. These people were all holding sacred weapons, ready to move at any time. Finally, their eyelids twitched, and they exclaimed, "He's here!" In the mysterious world of stars in the distance, there was a bright light that pierced through the void, flying towards the universe outside. This was great. They knew that the people inside had finally come out. One figure after another flashed past quickly. The aura was unusually strong. It was Lei Zhen. His strength had become stronger. Late-stage ninth heaven. He was not far from becoming a minor saint. The people of Thunder God City exclaimed. This was great. After coming out of seclusion for a period of time, he should be able to smoothly become a minor saint. However, they realized that Lei Zhen's face was not looking good. What's going on? What happened? They were puzzled. A few minor saints quickly flew over. On the other side, Nine-Headed Qilin also came out. He was also at the late stage, fifth heaven. The elders of the 1,000 Demon City all surrounded him. What's going on? Why is his face so ugly? What happened? These people quickly asked. By the way, why did so many of our geniuses die? Nine-Headed Qilin's face was ugly. Facing the elders, he wanted to cry. Not only did the geniuses die, but he had also lost a few lives. Now he was only left with 4 lives. Where could he go to reason with them? On the other side, Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, Elder, quickly kill Lin Wudi. He can't leave this place alive. On the other side, Nine-Headed Qilin also roared. Yes, kill Lin Wudi and destroy his heart and soul. The elders of the two holy cities cried out in alarm. Could it be that all those people who died were done by that brat? Yes, that's right. Lei Zhen nodded. But there was a more important reason. Lin Wuti must not be allowed to live. What? These people exclaimed. The experts of the Great Desolation Mansion and the Acheron Palace rushed out. As soon as they came out, they roared, "Elders, hurry up and find Lin Wuti. Tear him to shreds." The surrounding sages were stunned. It was Lin Wuti again. Heavens! What did Lin Wuti do to provoke so much anger from the crowd? Our chief disciple was killed by him, and yi, yu yayin everyone. Yuru, of yayin, yu yayina, yu. Not only that, most of the people who had died there had died at the hands of that guy. These people gritted their teeth. There was a more important reason. They couldn't let Lin Wuti live. There was another reason. What was the reason? These people were stunned. They didn't have time to ask, because more and more people rushed out of the celestial fate planet. In the next moment, they screamed. At this moment, a few extremely powerful people came out. Their cultivation base instantly reached the 5th heavenly layer, reaching the Little Saint realm. They roared at the sky. That power made some of the elders of the sacred city shudder. So strong. A little saint really sneaked in. They didn't dare to imagine. Such a person was like a god on the celestial fate planet. But soon they were stunned, because in these 2 moments, the little saint expert roared at the sky. Lin Wuti, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Wuti, today is the day you die. What's going on? It was related to Lin Wuti again. The surrounding people were stunned. This was a little saint. Lin Wuti dared to provoke such a person. No, they were on the pilgrim roll. Someone finally screamed and recognized them. They were on the pilgrim roll. That was Mo Xiu and Yu Quan. Both of them were geniuses on the pilgrim roll. The holy pilgrimage list was a very powerful list. If one was not an extremely powerful saint, they would not be able to get on it. Lin Wuti was able to make the people on the pilgrim roll so angry. What did he do? At this moment, everyone was stunned. They all wanted to know. The elders of the myriad demon city, Thunder God City, Great Desolate Mansion, and Acheron Hall also heard the news and moved. Although they didn't understand now, they must find Lin Xian and control him first. Buzz! Suddenly, countless powerful sword chi flashed between heaven and earth, tearing the void. The people of the Sword Pavilion. Many people's scalps went numb. This was a group of sword saints. Everyone was afraid when they were angry. When they came out, it was Yang Tian who roared. That was why they wanted to kill Lin Wuti. The people of the sacred city were about to vomit blood. Lin Wuti again. How many people did Lin Wuti offend? Why do I feel like he's made the world his enemy? At this time, Wan Jiani came out. On the other side, Gu Feng also came out. He appeared in a very mysterious way. In just an instant, he disappeared into the void. The people didn't know if the expert in this space had left or hidden. On the other side, Chao Tiancheng also came out with his people. The people around were surprised. It seemed that all the people on the pilgrim roll had entered. They didn't know what the destiny of these people was like. To be honest, they were looking forward to the future of these people. After all, it was related to the fate of the sacred city. At the same time, they were also curious about what Lin Xian had done. Sherbufan and the others of Peerless City and Water Sky City also came out. They were younger than the other disciples of the sacred city, so they had their own strategies. They didn't fight for the fortune of the Hot Gate, but lost some other places. Although this opportunity might not be as great as the others, at least they came safely. Therefore, these people were very satisfied with their breakthroughs. They didn't go for the fortune-telling, so they didn't know what happened before. When they heard that Lin Xian was being attacked by so many sacred city disciples, they felt a lingering fear. What did eldest senior brother do? No, we have to inform the elders of Peerless City quickly. The situation was very bad. At this time, Yuquan stood up and said loudly, Lin Wuti killed the geniuses of the sacred city. His crime was punishable by death. Moreover, he was abandoned by the heavens. Heaven and earth couldn't tolerate him. Everyone had the right to kill him. Chapter 3999. The surrounding people were in an uproar, their faces full of shock. They knew that Lin Wuti had killed geniuses. Quite a few chief disciples and powerful saints had died at the hands of the other party, but heaven and earth did not tolerate him. What did that mean? Could it be some of the elders from the holy city sucked in a breath of cold air? Had his heavenly fate been determined? That's right, his destiny had been measured. He was a person abandoned by the heavens. His blood dyed the blue sky. Even the bronze messenger wanted to kill him. How could they not do it? Lin Wuti had no future. These people were all stunned. Soon, these elders of the holy city all laughed out loud. Great, this guy was definitely going to die. When they heard that he had killed so many chief disciples, they were terrified. When such a person grew up, he would be another powerhouse on the pilgrim list. But now, he was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Not to mention becoming a powerhouse on the pilgrim list, he might not even be able to walk out of here alive today. How could they know that the truth was far from that? These people wanted to kill Lin Xian because they were angry, but most importantly, they were terrified. After all, Lin Xian was the only person who could transform into a heaven illuminator. Even if they felt that it was too unbelievable, it couldn't be true. But the other party had at least condensed the glory of the galaxy. This meant that it was not a problem for him to become a supreme saint. Although they kept saying that the other party was a person abandoned by the heavens. But after all, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had made a move. Such a mysterious organization protected Lin Xian. One could imagine. Lin Xian had endless secrets. They would not allow such a potential threat to appear. That was the reason why these top powerhouses wanted to make a move. The people of Heavenly Water City were pale. How could their senior brother become a person abandoned by the heavens? How could it be? Elders, come quickly. They had already sent out the signal. On the other side, the people of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion were also surprised, because they realized that their little princess had not come out. That was the daughter of the Saint King. Would there be any problems? There was also a group of people who were incomparably mysterious. There were few of them, but they stood above the 9 heavens. Their bodies were surrounded by green light, and it was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. Some people knew that these people were from Kunlun Pavilion. At this moment, they were also a little anxious. While they were waiting, a few figures flew out. Everyone turned their heads to look. The next moment, they screamed, Lin Wuti, it's him. He finally came out. Humph, after hiding for so long, you finally can't take it anymore. Even if he came out late, he would still die. The experts of the sacred city all surrounded him. Those on the pilgrim rankings moved as well. They had to make a move this time. Chao Tiansheng was the only one who didn't make a move. He brought his people far away and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, silently watching the battle. It seemed he just wanted to be a spectator. Qin Xianer also did not make a move. Her beautiful eyes were bewitching, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lin Xian and the others came out, followed by Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, the Northern Devil and the Crimson Dragon. The Toad didn't come out and remained on celestial fate. Black Mountain, the Flowery Tailor, also disappeared. As soon as these people came out, they were besieged by the all heavens. Countless terrifying auras enveloped them. As long as they didn't agree with each other, they would probably attack immediately. Such a violent power could instantly turn them into a bloody mist. Lin Wuti, kneel down and accept your death. Yu Quan roared. And Mo Xiu also stood out. You are a person abandoned by the heavens, so we should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Hand over what you have on you, and we will give you a quick death. Wan Jinni also walked out. He was very jealous of Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword shadow. The sword aura emitted from it made his heart beat faster. Not to mention, there were also Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the eldest prince around, as well as the experts of the other sacred city. No one could contend against such a lineup. It was too strong. It was as if they were enemies of the heavens. Senior brother. In the distance, Wang Xiaofeng and the others screamed in Aqua Sky City. Lin Xian finally came out, but the situation was too bad. Even if the people of Peerless City came, they probably wouldn't be able to see enough. They found that except for a few of the sacred lands present, most of them were actually going to attack. Prepare to die. Angry shouts sounded one after another. The dark, rainbow, godly dragon roared. Do you all want to die? Do you know who you're facing? Humph. Those abandoned by the heavens deserve to die. The people of Akron Hall sneered. The people of Demon City also snorted. Idiots. The divine dragon roared, and you listened to them? They just didn't dare to say it. Abandoned by the heavens. Let me tell you, this kid has condensed and illuminated the heavens. In the future, he will become a supreme existence above the supreme saint. Do you dare to attack a young great emperor? Do you not want to live anymore? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding saints all trembled. What was going on? Wasn't Lin Wudi abandoned by the heavens? How did he become a young great emperor? Seeing the shock of the surrounding people, the crimson dragon's mouth curled into a cold smile. How about it? You know fear now. If you know fear, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I will destroy all of your sacred lands in the future. Lei Zhen, what was going on? Yes. Why was it different from what you said? The elders of the sacred city began to ask. They were too shocked now. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others had ugly expressions. The elders were fickle. He was a little talented, but he was indeed abandoned by the heavens. This was something that everyone who entered the heavenly fate star knew. They all saw that the bronze envoy had attacked him. Even the bronze envoy wanted to kill him. Do you think he still has a future? As soon as these words came out, many people calmed down. A loach dared to mislead people here. No matter what you say today, you will die without a doubt. You are the loach. Your whole family are loaches. The dark rainbow divine dragon roared, and his body suddenly grew larger. He turned into a true dragon, roaring at the sky, mighty and extraordinary. What a terrifying aura! The people of the demon city trembled and shivered. This was a dragon. Was he a member of the dragon clan? These people were all terrified. They didn't expect that by Lin Xian's side, he actually followed the people of the dragon clan. Humph! If you dare to attack Brother Xian, ask me first. Murong Qing Qing, the 7-colored light on his body bloomed brilliantly. It turned into the phantom of a colorful phoenix. It covered the ground, and a loud phoenix cry rang out. At this moment, everyone trembled in fear again. Heaven, Phoenix, were they from the Phoenix clan? The true dragon and Phoenix had all come out, and they were all by Lin Xian's side. That scene was too shocking. Now, who dared to say that they were abandoned by the heavens? Li Hongxiu also walked out. She also had a terrifying aura on her body. It was her, the little princess of the heavenly fragrance pavilion, the daughter of the Saint King. The northern demon didn't say anything, but he also stood out. Behind him, there was a divine tree that connected the heavens and the earth, covering the sky. It was abnormally strange. Everyone was stunned. Why were the people around Lin Xian so terrifying? They felt that each of them was not weaker than the chief disciple. They were even much stronger. Chapter 4000. So what if the bronze emissary attacked? The people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance saved him personally. Think carefully. If you attack now, you will attack the group of young great emperors. In the future, all of your inheritances will be destroyed. The Heavenly Tao Alliance is protecting him. Does he really have the potential of a great emperor? Damn it. These people were too frightened. Wan Jianni snorted. No matter what you say, even if you are a young great emperor today, You will die without a doubt. How can a person without a future talk about talent? Yes, no matter who you are. You will die today. The surrounding experts and saints all stood up. Today, they wanted to eliminate the source of trouble to prevent future troubles. Ha ha ha! Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. After saying so much, aren't you afraid of me? Are you still pretending to be righteous and upholding justice? What a bunch of despicable and shameless people. You said I killed your genius? Your chief disciple? Why don't you ask what your genius and chief disciple did? You joined forces with dozens of saints to kill me? I fought back. What's wrong with that? His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian looked around. Lei Zhen, you said you didn't dare to attack me. Now you dare to come out and yell? You have a chance. I will definitely kill you. Lei Zhen was trembling with anger. Lin Xian then looked at the 9 Qilins. Now that they were jumping around so happily, how many of them were left? If you dare to be arrogant with the remaining 4 lives, I will kill you all together. I will turn you into a lonely soul and a ghost. The 9 Qilins vomited blood when they heard this. The people of Myriad Demon City were also frightened. What's going on? Only 4 of the 9 Qilins are left? They have lost 5 lives in there. Heavens! It was like a bolt from the blue that they couldn't accept. Lin Xian continued to look around and came to the pilgrim roll. Yu Quan, the genius on the pilgrim roll is very powerful. You can't suppress me in there. At most, we are tied. But you are a small saint. How dare you yell at me here? What? Lin Wudi is tied with Yu Quan? Everyone was going crazy. Was this guy trying to defy the heavens? Could he really be a young, great emperor? Then he looked at the 10,000 swords pavilion. Are you sword saints very powerful? What Tianshan's 7 swords and 10 great sword saints? Didn't I kill them all? And you, Jianqin, the head disciple, weren't you also scared witless by my lightning? If it weren't for your senior brother, you would have died long ago. Everyone was terrified once again. The sword saints of the 10,000 swords pavilion were so powerful and terrifying, but they were all eaten by Lin Xian. Jianqin was also trembling with anger, but he couldn't say anything. Lin Xian looked at Wang Jiani. Although you're strong, you're also despicable and shameless. You want to kill me because you want the treasure in my hands. However, you will never get it in this lifetime. I am a heaven illuminator, unparalleled in the future. That stupid bronze emissary wanted to attack me because he was jealous of me. Do you guys not know the difference between life and death? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if I don't condense the heaven illuminator, then I at least have the glory of the Milky Way. That's the position of a great saint. Ask yourself, if everyone goes in, how many can condense it? Only me. There's also a spatial powerhouse. As for this Wan Jiani, he can only condense a trace of light. Your talent is so much worse than mine. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian's voice made everyone go crazy. These people from the holy city felt that their brains weren't enough. This information was too broad. Lin Xian's next words made them bleed. Wan Jiani was also about to go crazy. Lin Xian said, of course, that spatial powerhouse is also not my match, because what I condensed is really a heaven illuminator. It's above him. If you guys want to attack me, you have to think about the consequences. Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. It seemed that this kid had obtained a great fortune inside and killed everyone. The head disciple was no match for him at all. Even the people on the pilgrim list couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, he really had the talent of the ancient land. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was still a great saint. If such a person grew up, who in the second astral realm could contend against him, what are you being arrogant for? I was seriously injured back then and suppressed my cultivation. Otherwise, would you be my match now? UK roared. He couldn't afford to lose face. In the void An inexplicable voice also came. After saying so much, didn't you just want a way out? You can't leave today. A strange voice came from the void. Who was it? The crimson dragon roared. Lin Xian's face was cold. Gu Feng. Was the other party going to attack him as well? His eyes were filled with killing intent. When the others heard this, they all moved. No matter what you say, you can't escape death today. Kill him and split the treasures on him. Jian Qin roared. The others were about to move. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. Who dared to attack? Then, countless red leaves danced in the sky. One terrifying divine ability after another was opened up, creating a path for him. The sky was full of red leaves. Fu Hongya was here. Many people exclaimed. He was a genius of the previous generation on the pilgrim list. His current strength was unimaginable. Behind Fu Hongya, there were some second-generation disciples and some elders of Wushuang City. After they arrived, they looked at Lin Xian. Who dares to touch the people of Wushuang City? These people roared crazily. They received the call for help from Shui Tiancheng and the others, and immediately rushed over. It seemed that Lin Xian was in big trouble. Senior brother. The people of Wushuang City also rushed over. Lin Xian also said, Senior brother Fu, you're here. Fu Hongya nodded. Then he looked at Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others. Are the two of you going to attack? Why don't I play with you? The aura on his body was too terrifying. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu's scalps went numb. Are you trying to bully others? The two screamed. Fu Hong also laughed when she heard this. Bullying others with your power? You guys attacked my junior brother. Isn't that bullying others with your power? I want to see what kind of monsters are on this year's pilgrim list. Fu Hongya's eyes swept across the surroundings. At this moment, Yu Quan and Mo Xiu and the others frantically retreated. People like Lei Zhan and the others couldn't resist at all. Even Wan Jianyi was facing a great enemy. He used myriad swords convergence to resist with all his might. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back. Was this person really that terrifying? You're a genius of the previous generation. It's normal for us to be inferior to you. Yu Quan gritted his teeth and said. The other elders of the holy city also surrounded. Fu Hongya, today is not the place for you to behave atrociously. It has nothing to do with you. We only want to kill Lin Wudi. What should we do? The elders of Wushuang City were extremely anxious. If it were 1 or 2 holy city, they could fight. Even if it were 3 or 5 holy city, they would have a chance to kill their way out. But now, more than 10 holy city wanted to attack them. Unless the Holy King came in person, no one could guarantee Lin Xian's safety. Chapter 4001. Lin Xian looked at the ferocious faces of the people around him and said coldly, Very well, I will remember you. I will not spare any of you. Are you really going to make a move on me? How dare you threaten us? You will definitely die today. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the 10,000 Demon City roared crazily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. I have already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then don't blame me. He raised his head and looked at Fu Hongya. He said in a deep voice, Senior brother, take the people from Shui Tiancheng and these elders and leave first. I can handle it. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense. Our Wushuang City is not afraid of them. I have already informed the experts in the Holy City. They will be here soon. Senior brother, believe me, I will not joke with my life. I have some trump cards, but I can't protect too many people. Only when you leave can I be at ease. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Fu Hongya then said, Okay, then we will retreat first. You can't joke with me. Don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely be able to return to Wushuang City alive. Fu Hongya nodded. He looked around and said coldly, Listen up, my Wushuang City will not let this go. Let's go. He waved his hand and took Shui Tiancheng and the other geniuses into the air and flew into the distance. Let them go? The people from the holy city gritted their teeth. It doesn't matter. If these people from Wushuang City leave, then so be it. Our most important goal is this Lin Wudi. As long as he doesn't leave. These people ignored Fu Hongye and the others. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. They were afraid that he would suddenly escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He ignored them. Instead, he said to Morong Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, hurry up and go back. Hongxiu, you go back too. Brother Xian." Morong Qingcheng was a little worried. Li Hongxiu also said, "Can this kid do it? Otherwise, my heavenly fragrance pavilion will help you." "Don't worry, don't you know me? Don't forget my trump card." The two beauties nodded. They knew that Lin Xian had a pagoda with strong defense. Not to mention the existence of Black Mountain. He Shan was only hiding now. When the time came for Lei Ting to strike, he would definitely let these people know what despair was. Be careful, then. Murong Qingcheng was reluctant to leave, but she still returned to the side of those mysterious figures. The mysterious people heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Murong Qingcheng would insist. On the other side, the people from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion also heaved a sigh of relief. The two holy cities quickly left. "Let's go." Qin Xianer thought for a moment, then led the people of Joyous Union Palace and flew into the distance. On the other side, Chao Tiansheng and the others were also retreating. The others couldn't wait any longer. Previously, they were afraid of Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu's status. Now that the two of them were gone, they could attack without fear. "Kill this brat. Don't kill it, catch it alive." Several voices echoed as countless sacred weapons and mystical skills were unleashed. "Kid, hurry up and do it." The Crimson Dragon roared. The Northern Demon's expression was also serious. Lin Xian opened the Great Sage Tower in an instant, and the three of them entered. Terrifying Saint Chi and precepts bombarded the Great Sage Tower, causing the entire world to shatter. The hall kept bobbing up and down, drowned in endless energy. Inside, their blood was boiling and their faces were pale. However, they weren't worried. This was a great sage weapon. Even if these people doubled their numbers, they wouldn't be able to break it. However, this wasn't a solution. They were too aggrieved to be beaten up passively. "Old man, aren't you going to attack?" Lin Xian roared. Endless energy surged outside, and these people laughed sinisterly. Some wanted the treasure, while others just wanted to kill Lin Xian. Hence, they attacked wildly. This time he should be dead. However, they soon heard a voice. "You bastards, I'll remember this. When the time comes, I'll make you suffer." "Damn it, this brat is still alive? Is he made of divine metal? He's still alive?" These people screamed in horror and attacked again. Countless sword chi, terrifying divine powers, and terrifying Saint Chi crazily descended. However, at this moment, a large hand reached out from the void in the distance. With a boom, it slapped down. In an instant, countless Saint Chi was slapped away. Many saints' bodies turned into blood mist, and they screamed in pain. "Damn it, who is it?" Lei Zhen and the others' expressions changed drastically. "Oh no, it's that mysterious expert. Retreat quickly." They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pitch-black hand held a jade-like object and kept waving it. Nothing could compete with it. The saint weapons shattered, and the precepts in the sky were annihilated. The saints who attacked exploded into blood, mist one by one. The remaining survivors also screamed. "What did you say?" Lin Wudi had a super expert by his side, and he even attacked the bronze messenger. "Damn it, little brat, why didn't you say so earlier? I was screwed over by you." The elders screamed crazily. How could no one tell them such important information? Who was the bronze messenger? How heaven-defying was it to be able to injure the bronze messenger? Did they want to die fighting against such a person? Run. These people fled crazily. However, the jade-like object was too mysterious and dazzling. It kept dancing and shattered everything. between heaven and earth. Blood mist filled the air and corpses fell. Screams sounded one after another. These people from the Saint City were originally full of confidence, so they didn't leave at this moment. But now most of them were killed. Even many small saints had died here. Their souls wanted to escape, but they were directly destroyed by the jade-like object. Run! Wan Jianni and the others' pupils shrank. Yu Quan and the others were also seriously injured and fled crazily. Mo Wuxiu, Lei Zhen, and the 9 Kailins fled desperately. This battle ended very quickly. They basically collapsed in an instant. These Saint City experts and small saints were no match for them at all. They could only burn themselves to protect some important geniuses and escape. In the end, except for these geniuses and a small number of saints who escaped, most of them died there. The dead starry sky had completely turned into hell. Damn it! The rest of the people were terrified. Their hearts were bleeding. Dozens of minor saints had died in this battle. The number of saints who died was uncountable. Even if they were from the Saint City, they couldn't bear it. These people didn't dare to stay any longer. The mysterious expert behind them was too terrifying. If they stayed any longer, their souls would be destroyed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the shattered void, the Grand Sage Tower appeared. The few figures inside looked outside and sneered. How dare you fight against us? Are you courting death? Now most of them were dead. The Crimson God said, Old Black, continue to kill them. Kill those on the pilgrim list. The black figure also appeared. He said, I'm old and useless. If I'm still alive, I can destroy them with a glance. Now I'm just a remnant soul. It's not easy for me to do this. And this is with the help of the Rui Scepter and the Golden Palace. Chapter 4002. Master, are you all right? The North Demon was also worried. Lin Xian said, Black Mountain, it's all thanks to you this time. Take a rest. I'll deal with the rest of the people who escaped personally. Most of the people who escaped were young geniuses. Lin Xian believed that he could get rid of these people in the future. What about Brother Toad? Is he really not coming with us? The Crimson Dragon was disappointed. After all, he liked Toad very much. The two of them called each other brothers. Little White sighed. Yeah, the Toad didn't come. Who said that I wasn't coming? The Toad cried out and rushed out. Damn, Toad, where did you go? The Crimson Dragon caught Toad and brought him into the Great Sage Tower. Toad said, I'm your backer. Open the Roland's Golden Palace. Without me, he wouldn't be able to borrow the power of the Roland's Golden Palace. Hei Shan's figure also appeared and entered the hall. Indeed, it's all thanks to this Toad. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use my power just now. As he said that, he waved the jade Rui in his hand. Toad's eyes turned red. Damn! Didn't we agree that I would help you open the Roland's Golden Palace and you would return this Rui? You old thing. You're going back on your words. Toad jumped up and wanted to fight. The Crimson Dragon persuaded. Forget it, brother. We can't beat him. Besides, he helped us this time. Just give him this jade. Toad said, what do you know? This jade has a great background. I'm afraid that he won't be able to eat it and will stuff himself to death. The few of them were stunned after hearing that. The Crimson Dragon said that can't be. This old man is the remnant soul of a great sage. Even he can't eat it? He can't. Toad gritted his teeth and said, even if you're a living great sage, you can't eat it. It's best to return it. Everyone gasped after hearing that. Lin Xian was also surprised. So, what kind of person was sleeping in the Roland's Golden Palace? Could it be an existence that surpassed the great sage realm? They didn't dare to imagine. Hei Shan seemed to have known about it. That was why he said that the little Toad had no intention of swallowing this jade. This Ruyu is currently sealed. As for me, I'm just a remnant soul. I'll borrow it for a period of time. Once I recover, I will return this Yuru jade to you. Humph, you better keep your word. The Toad snorted coldly. Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian, and the others were even more surprised after hearing this. Even Heishan was so polite. It seems that the existence in the Roland's Golden Palace is really something. Kid, what should we do next? The Crimson Dragon asked. Let's make a trip back to Wushuang City. They also streaked across the void and flew into the distance. At the same time, news of the celestial fate star spread throughout the starry sky. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. Had the celestial fate star opened once more? Had those experts returned? Heavens, I wonder how many people have the chance to become Saint Kings this time. Countless people were excited. After all, this wasn't the first time they had come to the heavenly fate planet. They were familiar with the situation. They naturally knew that the most important thing was the future and destiny of these people. Soon the news spread. 9 Qilins had the destiny to become a Saint King. What surprised everyone? As expected of 9 Qilins, their bloodline was super strong. It seemed that in the future, they should be the next city, lord of the 1,000 Demon City. Many people were moved. At the same time, more and more news spread. For example, Jianchen of the Myriad Sword Pavilion also had the talent of a Saint King. These chief disciples were all too incredible. Yes, but a few of them died. What a pity. I heard that they were killed by Lin Wudi. No way. That Lin Wudi was too strong. What kind of destiny did he have? These people were puzzled. Some people asked, where's Lei Zhen? Why haven't I heard of Lei Zhen? I heard that Lei Zhen only has the destiny of a Saint King. However, he has a slight chance of becoming a Saint Ninja King. But it seems that hope is fleeting. No way, Lei Zhen is so talented. But he can't become a Saint King with a soaring thunder body? What do you think? Is the Saint King cabbage? Not many chief disciples have this kind of talent. However, those people on the pilgrim list all have the destiny to become a Saint King. Not only that, I heard that Wan Jiani condensed a trace of the Milky Way splendor. He has the possibility of becoming a great saint. This Wan Jiani is really too terrifying. As for the other people, these warriors were all excited. This kind of discussion happened in every corner of the world. Gu Feng, that mysterious space element powerhouse, seemed to be the strongest. His Milky Way splendor was stronger than Wan Jiani's. Becoming a great saint was no problem. As expected of a space element powerhouse, their bloodline talent was really too strong. The others would probably be suppressed by these two people. Not necessarily. I heard that Chao Tianxing didn't take the test at all. What? Someone rejected? Why? There were many explanations, but no one knew. For a moment, everyone was talking about Gu Feng and Wan Jiani's names because these two people's talents were too strong. Of course, there was also Chao Tianxing's name, because this person was even stranger. He didn't even take the test. What was the reason? Other than these three people, the most talked about was not Jianchen, nor was it 9 Qilin. It was Lin Wudi. Tell me about Lin Wudi's situation. Yes, I heard that many of the chief disciples were killed by him. I heard that the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain and the 10 sword saints were all killed by him. Those who returned from planet Tianming began to spread the news. The people of the second astral realm were stunned. What happened on planet Tianming was infinitely attractive to them. At this moment, when they heard about Lin Wudi, they were even more shocked. Was he that powerful? This Lin Wudi was too strong. What kind of destiny was he? Not only that, I'll tell you more. Do you know the Golden Crow 7th Prince? Everyone nodded. That was the Golden Crow Crown Prince, the son of the Sage King. Such a powerful person was killed by Lin Wudi. Moreover, he was killed early on. 90% of the Golden Crow clan died. In the end, only 1 or 2 Golden Crows escaped. Heavens! Even the 7th Prince died at the hands of the other party. Everyone went crazy. This battle record was too dazzling. Haha, I'll tell you another piece of news. Another expert had returned from the celestial fate planet. Did you know that the Golden Pung of Myriad Demon City, the Fire Phoenix of Myriad Sword Pavilion, and the peacock race's powerhouse? These were all super geniuses. Could it be that they were also killed by Lin Xian? That's right. At this moment, Lin Wudi's name seemed to have surpassed Gu Feng and the other two. It had reached an unbelievable level. It couldn't be helped. Gu Feng and the other two were geniuses on the pilgrim role. They were powerful and had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Therefore, they felt that it was natural for the three of them to do something earth-shattering. But Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian was a rising star. He was even the youngest among the chief disciples. Yet, one after another, the other party did things that shocked everyone's eyeballs. It was simply too shocking. Chapter 4003. Now, everyone wanted to know what Lin Wudi's destiny was. I guess it should be a Saint King. It was possible. After all, the 9 Qilins and Jianqin could reach the Saint King level. He should be able to reach it too. Do you think it's possible for him to condense the glory of the galaxy? Some people guessed. Impossible. Even Wan Jinni only had a slight chance. The only one who could possibly do it was a spatial powerhouse. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, it was impossible. Indeed, everyone nodded. They were looking forward to more news. Not long after, another piece of news spread. It was said that more than 10 sacred cities had surrounded celestial fate and were attacking Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was surrounded by so many saint cities. He would definitely die. Haha, he deserved it. Look at how many geniuses and powerhouses he killed. It would be strange if he wasn't surrounded. Some people exclaimed, while others gloated. Indeed, everyone counted and found that most of the saint cities' powerhouses had fallen at the hands of the other party. How could the people of the saint cities tolerate it? It was over. He would definitely die. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Everyone discussed. There was also news. Do you know why these people are chasing him? Revenge was one reason. Another reason was that Lin Wudi was abandoned by the heavens. His destiny had no future. What was going on? Abandoned by the heavens? What the hell was that? The people of the second astral realm were stunned. They had heard of many saint venerables, saint kings, and even great saints, but they had never heard of someone abandoned by the heavens. Idiot, you still don't understand? Heaven and earth didn't tolerate him. He was abandoned by the heavens. When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Wudi was abandoned by the heavens? They almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So many powerhouses and geniuses had died at his hands. He was simply a chosen one. How could he be abandoned by the heavens? They didn't believe this news at all. However, many people had watched the test back then. Some saints had returned alive. As more and more news spread, everyone was suspicious. No way. They heard that the emissaries inside had attacked and killed Lin Wudi. Then how did he survive? There was an expert behind Lin Wudi. What kind of destiny did Lin Wudi have? What? Lin Wudi's destiny surpassed the glory of the galaxy. What was a heaven illuminator? It sounded so domineering. As for some details, they were also exposed. They knew that Starry River Splendor had reached the Great Sage level. This heaven illuminator was above the Great Sage realm. Countless people cried out in alarm. They heard Lin Xian's phantom receiving the worship of countless worlds. Then blood dyed the sky red. Lin Xian's illusion was enveloped by endless blood, forming a huge blood circle between heaven and earth. Kill. It was said that at that time, the bronze emissary was alerted. The dead bronze emissary wanted to kill Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian was only able to escape because of the protection of an expert. It can't be right. What exactly did this guy do that the heavens and earth would not tolerate him? He had killed too many people. He reckoned that he had angered the heavenly Tao. Some people were discussing and guessing. However, there were also people who were alarmed. Lin Wudi's talent was actually above that of a great saint. Could it be that he was a young great emperor? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was terrified. Now they finally understood why. The sacred cities wanted to hunt them down. If they let him grow, the future would be unimaginable. Quickly go and investigate the situation near planet Tianming. What is going on? These people were all excited. When the people of Peerless City heard the news, they were even more furious. They all moved out. Soon the news spread. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood around planet Tianming. Countless saints had died, and many corpses of minor saints were found. Was the battle so fierce? Was Lin Wuti dead? That was what they were most concerned about. But soon he saw Lei Zhen, the Nine Qilins, and the others fleeing in panic. Even Wan Jinni, Yu Quan, and the others on the sacred rankings ran back with pale faces. They were all heavily injured. This scene caused an uproar in the astral plane. So many geniuses were injured. It's over. I feel like Lin Wuti is going to turn the tables. On this day, another piece of news spread. Many sacred cities joined forces and returned in defeat. More than 90% of the saints were dead. Only a few geniuses and a few saints returned alive. The others were soaked in blood. Was this all Lin Wuti's doing? Everyone was going crazy. Was the other party already this strong? No, it wasn't Lin Wuti. Didn't I say that there was an expert behind Lin Wuti who could injure the bronze emissary? It was said that the Heavenly Tao Union was also protecting him. Perhaps it was these two experts who did it. Did the Heavenly Tao Union also appear? It seemed that some sacred cities couldn't act rashly. That was because if Sage Wang ran attacked, no one would be able to stop him from killing such a young genius. But even if they killed him now, they had to consider the consequences. It was very likely that the sacred cities would be annihilated. If the Sage Kings didn't make a move, the other experts could. I also heard that someone wanted to kill Lin Wuti. After all, the Golden Crow race and the Peacock race weren't to be trifled with. There was even a phoenix that died in the hands of the other party. How could the 10,000 ancient races let this matter rest? The second astral plane was stirred up because of Lin Xian alone. Previously, Gu Feng, Player 1, Chao Tianxing, and the other two's names had also been suppressed by the other party. Not to mention Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others. Basically, no one mentioned them. Those people almost vomited blood when they heard the news. Their limelight was stolen by one person. Limitless Sect. Chao Tianxing had returned long ago. He said to pay close attention to Lin Wuti's news. If there was any movement, report it to him. After saying that, he went into seclusion. 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Jian Cheng and Wan Jinni also returned. Wan Jinni's face was hideous. That damn brat, he really didn't know what was good for him. I won't come out until I break through. Junior brother, don't worry about it. Come out when you become a small saint. Wan, Jinni, and Jian Chen were both in seclusion. In fact, it wasn't just them. Mo Xiu, Qin Xianer, Yu Quan, and the others were also in seclusion. Lei Zhen and the Nine Qilins were also in seclusion. They were first treated by the sect and then went into seclusion. These people were crazy. They were training like crazy. First, they were indeed stimulated by Lin Xian. They were jealous of Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, they had received too many summons from the heavenly fate planet. Although they had been in seclusion before, they couldn't cultivate wholeheartedly in that kind of place. Therefore, the first thing they did when they returned was to seclusion. They wanted to completely absorb and refine the good fortune they had obtained. As expected, more and more experts came back to seclusion. Therefore, the news about Lin Xian didn't increase. Now, some experts and elders of the Holy City were looking for him all over the world. Chapter 4004. Some of the seniors who hadn't entered Celestial Star also had their eyes on Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was so strong that he must have obtained more fortunes. They wanted to snatch some fortunes from him. Peerless City immediately issued a warning. They forbade the seniors from attacking, or they would chase him to the ends of the earth. At the same time, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and the Kunlun Pavilion also announced that they would work together to protect Lin Xian. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that Lin Wuti wasn't without friends. However, most of the saints sneered because Lin Wuti had even more enemies. In the distant starry sky, a crazy roar suddenly came from a sun. Damn it! The nearby planetary systems all heard it. In fact, some of the planets in the vicinity suddenly cracked, unable to withstand the power of the explosion. This was the might of a Saint King. The saints in the stars trembled. They knew it was the Golden Crow Saint King. The Golden Crow Prince and most of the Golden Crows had died on Celestial Star, which naturally angered the Golden Crows. Sure enough, on the next day, the Golden Crows sent out peerless experts. 7 minor saints left the Golden Crows and flew to various places in the universe to search for Lin Wuti. At the same time, a powerful sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion made his move. He was also a minor saint called the Blood Sword Saint. He belonged to the Path of Slaughter. Demon City and the Great Desolation Mansion both sent out minor saints. They knew that Lin Wuti's strength was enough to fight against a peak 5th heavenly layer. Therefore, 5th heavenly layer saints weren't enough. If they were too strong, they would probably anger the people behind them. Therefore, they felt that it was very appropriate to send out minor saints. First, they could suppress the opponent in terms of cultivation and wouldn't incur the wrath of the super experts. Killing the opponent in a reasonable way would leave the others speechless. Many people couldn't find Lin Wuti at all and speculated that he must have returned to Peerless City. Therefore, they returned to Peerless City and didn't kill him. They waited for him to come. In the sky, a dark space was flowing. The celestial demon overshadow was the territory of the sky demons. At this moment, the witch was both excited and nervous. Pieces of information gathered in his or her hands. She quickly spread the news throughout the Heavenly Fiend clan. The experts and elders of the Heavenly Fiend clan were incomparably shocked. The 4 great protectors were alarmed. Is the patriarch out? What happened to the ancestor? What kind of destiny was this? They were excited. Was the patriarch abandoned by the heavens? Nonsense. Don't listen to his nonsense. How could our old ancestor be someone abandoned by the heavens? The great ancestor was a great sage. Moreover, there was a possibility that he was above the great sage realm. Didn't that mean there was a possibility of him becoming a great emperor? The members of the Heaven Devil race were all stunned. Was the old ancestor already so powerful? No, it's that brat. That brat's bloodline talent is super strong. That's great. Our ancestor has really found a good body this time. The patriarch was being chased by so many people from the Holy City. Damn it, do they want to die? These people from the Heaven Devil race were infuriated. Go and save the patriarch. They were both shocked and stunned. They felt as if their emotions were like ice and fire. It was truly too torturous. What's going on? No one knew where Lin Xian was. All they knew was that many of the holy cities had sent minor saints to hunt him down. F***CK. Do they really think that the Heaven Devil race has no one? Go! Send the 4 great demon saints to intercept those people. Don't hold back. Just kill them. Soon, the 4 minor saints from the Heaven Devil race left quickly. The 4 great demon saints. On the other side, Peerless City had also sent people. This time, they sent 3 people. Other than Fu Hongya, the other 2 were 2nd-generation disciples. They were very strong. All 3 of them had reached the minor saint realm. Similarly, they began to snipe the enemy after they went out. For a time, great battles broke out in the 2nd astral realm from time to time. Oh heavens, a minor saint from Thunder God City was killed by someone? The news instantly caused a great commotion. Who was it? Was it Lin Wuti? No, it could be someone from the devil race. It was said that the place where Thunder God Cheng died was filled with demonic qi. It was abnormally terrifying. Everyone gasped. At the same time, another piece of news came out. A little saint from the great desolate prefecture had been killed by someone. a red leaf was left at the place where he died. It was Fu Hongya. It seemed that Peerless City had also made their move after the Heaven Devil race. It caused the crowd to scream in horror. Soon, another piece of news came out. A minor saint from the Golden Crow clan was killed again. Another red leaf fell. This Fu Hongya was too strong. Even a minor saint from the Golden Crow clan was no match for him. How strong was he? These people had gone crazy. After the Golden Crow clan received the news, they were furious and sent another 5 minor saints. For a time, the atmosphere became even more tense. However, those Saint Kings had not made their move yet. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that at this level, even the news of Linwoody could not alarm them. Of course, most of them knew that Saint Kings could not make a move at will. After all, such people were the overlords of the stars. Once they made a move, no one would be able to resist. If a Saint King made a move on a junior, it would definitely cause panic among the other saints. At that time, there would be a great war between the saints. No junior of the saints would be able to survive. Therefore, Saint Kings were not allowed to make a move on those below the Saint King realm. This was the tacit rule. In fact, Saint Kings and minor saints were the same. Basically, they would not make a move on the younger generation. However, this time, Lin Xian was an exception. He was a 5th heaven person, yet a minor saint actually made a move. At this moment, there was no one left on Heavenly Fate Star. However, at this moment, a mysterious cave suddenly appeared below. Following that, a beautiful figure charged out. She finally made it. She had nearly been sealed here. This beautiful figure was Shun Jingqiu. At this moment, Shun Jingqiu had a layer of mysterious light on her body. Her strength had actually reached peak 5th heaven. It looked like she could enter the minor saint realm at any time. This was really incredible. This cultivation realm was even stronger than the 9 Qilins, Jian Chen, and the others. It looked like she was very close to becoming a minor saint. Shun Jingqiu streaked across the sky and left this place. Heavenly Fate Star was about to be sealed again. It would only be opened again after 500 years. However, at this moment, the bronze envoy stood in the depths of Heavenly Fate Star. He gave off an extremely terrifying killing intent. A person abandoned by heaven and a Permetha flower appeared. It looked like he was someone who had to be killed. He is still in the dormant period. We cannot make a move easily. Furthermore, it was very likely that the deity Dao Union would target us. It looked like we could only think of a way to kill him with a borrowed knife. That brat should have offended several holy cities. It looked like we needed to get those holy cities to deal with him and get rid of this problem. The bronze envoy smiled coldly. The other party would not live for long. Eventually, Heavenly Fate Star closed again. A beam of light streaked across the starry heavens. That was a black spirit ship, the Black Earth. Lin Xian and the others sat cross-legged on it. In the past few days, they had received a lot of news. Their expressions were incredibly cold. These holy cities were still unwilling to give up. To think that they sent out so many minor saints to kill them. No, they could not return to Matchless City now. Lin Xian guessed that Wushuang City had to pass through a place filled with murderous traps. If he returned, he would be walking right into a trap. Chapter 4005. Kid, where are we going? It's not safe to keep drifting in the universe. If they were discovered, they would be hunted down again. Indeed, although they had the Grand Sage Tower's defense, it was still unpleasant to be hunted down. No one thought about it and said, "Come, let's go to the Sky Devil race." These people probably didn't expect him to go to the Sky Devil race. Therefore, they flew quickly. When they arrived at the Sky Devil covered area, the people of the Sky Devil race were stunned. Soon they burst into cheers. "Patriarch, you're here?" Lin Xian, the Northern Demon, the Crimson Dragon, and the Toad stood there. Black Mountain had already entered seclusion. This time he had also obtained many fortunes on planet Tianming. It seemed that he was going to carry out his grand plan. his resurrection plan. He wanted to truly come back to life. Lin Xian didn't disturb him and let him cultivate in peace. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he wouldn't disturb him. The Sky Devil race was really huge at this moment. The 4 guardian elders stood at the front, and behind them was a dense mass of Sky Devil race experts. It was a frightening sight. Oh my heavens, what are they trying to do? The toad almost ran away in fear. Did this kid offend these Sky Devil race people? Haha, brother, you don't understand, right? They're on our side. On our side? The toad was stunned. Oh my heavens! Does this kid have the Sky Devil race as his backing? Isn't he too strong? Welcome back, Patriarch. With the 4 guardian elders in the lead, the Sky Devil race people all knelt on the ground. At this moment, no matter if you were a Saint Venerable or a small saint, everyone was prostrating on the ground. Even the Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon swallowed their saliva when they saw the scene. This scene was too spectacular. Lin Xian was also excited. His face regained its coldness. It was an unruly and arrogant expression that looked down on the world. After all, he still had to pretend to be the Sky Devil race's patriarch. Yes, the Sky Devil race people all stood up and looked forward. They were abnormally excited. Patriarch, rumor has it that you've reached the heaven illumination realm and that your future heavenly fate is above that of a great saint. Is that true? That's right, forefather. Isn't our Sky Demon clan about to soar? Even the 4 great protectors were excited. Old ancestor, those people still dared to slander you by saying that you were abandoned by the heavens. They really deserve to die. Should I go out and kill them? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Who were these people? They were even crazier than him. He said that it was not that exaggerated. However, becoming a great sage was not a problem. Lin Xian had learned to be smart now. It was time for him to keep a low profile. After all, the 2 words Great Emperor were too stimulating. If word got out, all the holy cities would want to kill him. But even a great saint was enough to make these sky demons so excited that they almost fainted. After all, if the sky demons were to produce a great god, the sky demon race would definitely be a god. In that case, they would be emperor-like existences in the 2nd astral realm. It was above all the sacred cities. Lin Xian looked at them and sighed in his heart. A great sage was enough to make these people so crazy. If he really told them about what happened yesterday, they would be shocked. He reckoned that these old things would be so excited that they would die. All right, you guys go up. I'm going into seclusion. Don't disturb me. These are my friends. Treat them well. In the future, seeing them is like seeing me. We will follow your orders. These people said, respectfully. Then, they stared at the Northern Demon and the others, imprinting their faces in their minds. They would definitely obey the forefathers' words. Little White jumped out and said, "Eat spirit fruits and spirit wine. Go and prepare." Lin Xian shouted coldly. As for him, he led his people toward the demonic palace. Not long after they entered, piles and piles of spirit wine and spirit fruits were sent over. Little White's eyes narrowed into crescents. Damn, this treatment is too good. Toad's eyes were red, and he was drooling. I want it too. I want to test the golden crow, roast the phoenix, and roast the true dragon. With a smack, the crimson dragon slapped over. You dare to eat a dragon? Toad wiped his saliva. Brother, it was a slip of the tongue. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored the 3 of them. Instead, he said to the Northern Demon, "Cultivate here. You can have anything you want." And it was very safe. Next, Lin Xian and the Northern Demon began to cultivate in seclusion. Toad, Crimson Dragon, and Little White began to digest all kinds of spirit wine. The 3 of them were all demonic beasts, and their bloodlines were very special. Basically, they just needed to eat natural treasures. Lin Xian and the Northern Demon couldn't do that. They still needed to refine. And to prevent their cultivation from becoming unstable, they had to consolidate it. Lin Xian's harvest this time was too rich. He had condensed several types of laws, and his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the fifth heavenly layer. The most important thing for him now was to consolidate his cultivation. His cultivation had been unstable all this time. At this moment, he had to consolidate it. Some of the laws also had to be taken out and tempered again. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion in the demonic palace. Those people in the outside world searched frantically, but they couldn't find him at all. They even suspected that Lin Xian was still alive. He couldn't have returned to Wushuang City, right? Impossible. Those from the sacred city gritted their teeth. Gradually, a piece of news spread. It was very likely that Lin Xian and those experts from the sacred city had perished together. When this news came out, it caused an uproar. Such an expert with the talent of a great emperor was going to die. They didn't dare to believe it. However, there was really no news about Lin Xian at all, which made them suspicious. Wushuang City was also worried. They frantically sent people to look for him. Kunlun Pavilion and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion also took action. At the same time, a piece of news spread, causing the second astral realm to be shocked. It turned out that someone had successfully crossed the sixth heavenly layer and reached the small saint realm. Who was it? Was it nine-headed Qilin? Or Jianqin? It could also be Lei Zhen. Everyone was guessing who the chief disciples were, but they found that none of them were the chief disciples. The news came from the spirit clan. The first person to break through to the small saint realm was the saintess of the spirit clan, Shinjingqiu. When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Shinjingqiu. She actually became a small saint in advance. It was too unbelievable, because there was no news about Shinjingqiu in the news before. There was even news about Gao Yuan and Bai Luo, Li Hongxiu, Murong Qingcheng, but there was no news about Shinjingqiu. This made people think that she had fallen. The people of the spirit clan were also in despair. But today their saintess came back. Moreover, she came back with the cultivation base of the fifth heavenly layer. After 3 months of seclusion, she directly broke through to the small saint realm. This shocked the spirit clan, and this news spread quickly. It shocked everyone in the second astral realm. Although small saint was nothing in the eyes of some sacred city, she was the first young person to break through to the small saint realm. She was faster than Jianqin, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others. This meant that Shen Jingqiu's talent was absolutely superb. What kind of summoning did she receive? What kind of destiny did she have? All kinds of guesses. Chapter 4006. However, they found that there was no news about Shen Jingqiu in the entire heavenly fate star. This made them very puzzled. The people of Wushuang City were also surprised. They quickly sent people to the spirit clan to investigate. The people of Wushuang City went to the spirit clan and found that Shen Jingqiu was still in seclusion. The entire spirit clan treated her respectfully. But soon, the people of Wushuang City also left. They came to check on Shen Jingqiu's safety. Moreover, they were puzzled because they entered the heavenly fate star. They didn't meet Shen Jingqiu and didn't know what happened. Now that Shen Jingqiu was in seclusion, they could only wait until she came out of seclusion to ask again. Time passed slowly. Half a year had passed. Shen Jingqiu hadn't come out of seclusion yet. It seemed that she wouldn't come out in a short time. However, another piece of news came from the second astral realm, which caused an uproar. It turned out that someone had broken through to the small saint realm. This time it was Lei Zhen. This Lei Zhen was really amazing. They didn't expect that he would compete with Jianqin, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others. He broke through in advance. I heard that his heavenly fate star was only a saint venerable. It was very difficult for him to enter the Saint King realm. I guess he must have been provoked. Knowing shame and bravery, perhaps this could really create a miracle. Exclamations came one after another. The people of Thunder God City were also in a good mood. And there was also news that Jian Chen, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others were in seclusion. These people wouldn't come out until they reached the small saint realm. However, their pursuit of Lin Xian had never stopped. These people set up an ambush on the road that Wushuang City had to pass through. But after waiting for so long, they didn't see anyone at all. They had to change their strategy. Lin Wuti also had many friends around him. If they could catch a few of them, they could make him come out. The dragon and the man of the demon clan were not seen. They could only attack others. Didn't he have a few women? Why did he make a move on those women? These people of the sacred city began to have other plans. However, the women around Lin Xian had extraordinary identities. They didn't dare to assassinate them. They had other ways. On this day, the elders of the Myriad Sword Pavilion brought treasures to the Kunlun Pavilion. At the same time, the news also spread. Heavens, have you heard? The people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion went to the Kunlun Pavilion to propose. There was such a thing. It seemed that the Myriad Sword Pavilion represented Jianqin to the saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion Morong Qingqing. This Jianqin was incredible. He was as strong as Lin Wuti, wasn't he? In the future, he would definitely be able to make it onto the pilgrim rank and replace his senior brother, Wan Jiani. That Morong Qingqin was also incredible. Her face was extremely beautiful, and her talent was unparalleled. They were truly a perfect match. Many people. However, there were also some people who frowned. Why do I sense a hint of a conspiracy? It was said that the saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion was very close to Lin Wuti. Such a thing like that? These people discussed animatedly, but soon they cried out in surprise again. It turned out that the elders of the 1,000 Demon City had brought treasures to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. It was said that he was proposing to 9-headed Qilin, and the person he was proposing to was naturally Li Hongxiu. This scene naturally made people suck in a breath of cold air. The relationship between Li Hongxiu and Lin Wuti was also extraordinary. What did these people want? It looked like he wanted to lure Lin Wuti out. In an instant, everyone understood. At the same time, Thunder God City also made a move. The elder of Thunder God City went to the spirit clan to propose to Shen Jingqiu. This scene caused an uproar again. Shen Jingqiu was a disciple of Wushuang City. She had a close relationship with Lin Xian. Not ordinary. The women around Lin Xian had all been proposed to by other sacred cities. They definitely wanted Lin Wuti to come out. It seemed that these sacred cities really had no choice. They actually came up with such a move. This move was too ruthless. They just didn't know if that kid would come out. They still had to see if those sacred cities would agree. Everyone paid close attention. The people of Wushuang City were also anxious. They sent people to negotiate. In the end, Kunlun Pavilion and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion refused. However, the Spirit Clan did not immediately express their stance. The news spread. It was said that the people of the Spirit Clan had a secret meeting with the elder of Thunder God City. It seemed that they might agree. 7 days later, the news spread. The Spirit Clan really agreed. When the news came out, the second astral realm was in an uproar. Shen Jingqiu was originally very famous. The saintess of the Spirit Clan had an extraordinary status. She was very talented and beautiful. She was pursued by countless young talents. Now, she was the first to break through to become a small saint. Her future was limitless. Lei Zhen had long been famous in the second astral realm. Although this time Tianming was not the top, but he was the existence that countless people looked up to, especially Lei Zhen, who was the second to break through to become a small saint. He was even more popular. Now the two of them were going to marry? For a moment, many people exclaimed. Wushuang City, Shui Tianqin, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others frowned. Impossible. How could senior sister Jingqiu agree to that guy? Where was senior brother Lin? Why didn't he come out? They were very anxious. They didn't expect Lei Zhen to succeed. Demon City, Wanjian Pavilion, Great Desolate Mansion, Acheron Palace, and the others were also surprised. They sneered. Originally, they wanted to use this opportunity to lure Lin Xian out. Although they failed, it was fine as long as one of them succeeded. They thought that Lin Wuti would definitely come out after receiving the news. What they wanted to do was to spread the news throughout the second astral realm, every corner. Next, these sacred cities would operate behind the scenes. The news spread quickly. In the end, the heavenly demon overturn region also knew. The witch held the news in her hand and frowned slightly. She took the news and came to the heavenly demon palace. Looking at the closed door in front of her, she hesitated. She didn't know if she should report it. Inside the heavenly demon palace, the crimson dragon and the toad sensed the situation outside. They opened the door. "Oh, it's a little beauty. Why are you here? Looking for me?" The toad drooled. The crimson dragon poked its head out and asked, "Why do I look at your expression? Is there any news outside?" The witch also knew that although these two monsters were arrogant, they were their ancestors. After all, they didn't dare to offend the people around their patriarch. She took a deep breath and passed the jade slip in her hand over. She said that the information she gathered, Shen Jingqiu and Lei Jin had both broken through to become small saints. Shen Jingqiu was the first to break through to become a small saint, which shocked many people. And recently, Thunder God City, Wanjian Pavilion, and Demon City, they proposed marriage to Shen Jingqiu, Li Hongxiu, and Murong Qingqing. Among them, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and Kunlun Pavilion refused. However, the Spirit Clan agreed. It was said that the wedding would be held in 3 months. Chapter 4007. What? Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon jumped up. Originally, he was quite happy when he heard that Shen Jingqiu was the first to break through to the small saint realm. But when he heard this news, he immediately frowned in anger. "Damn it, Lei Zhen, that brat, does he want to die? It seemed that he was so reckless when I spared his life last time. What's going on?" The toad was also surprised. The Crimson Dragon said that Shen Jingqiu was Brat Lin's woman, and others dared to touch her. F***CK. I'll kick him to death. Let's go and meet that Lei Zhen. It's useless. As far as I know, Lei Zhen is still in seclusion. Up ahead, the witch sighed. "I've already sent the news. You'd better tell the old ancestor. If there's anything we need to do, we'll do it immediately." "All right, I got it. You can leave first." The dark rainbow divine dragon waved his claws and closed the door of the demonic palace again. He raised his head and looked forward. There were many blood-red lights surrounding Xian. It seemed that his cultivation had entered the most important juncture. "We can't disturb him now. So the 3 of us will go and check the situation. Let's see if this is the intention of the Spirit Clan or the Shun family's girl." "Okay." The toad nodded, a little excited. They could make a big fuss. "Little White, let's go together." The Crimson Dragon called out. Little White shook its head. "Yeah, I'm not going." The Crimson Dragon laughed at the side. "Let me tell you, this time we can steal a lot of heavenly treasures and spiritual fruits. Maybe there's even good wine." "Yeah, really?" "Big bad dragon, don't lie to me." "That's for sure. I swear on my character." The toad and the dark god dragon tricked Whitey into leaving as well. Not only did the 3 of them leave, but they also took the void beast skin. They took the black earth and left the sky demon covered region. They went to the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Clan. These days it was incomparably lively. After all, the saintess of the Spirit Clan was going to get married in 3 months. However, there were also some people who were worried and frowning. It didn't seem to be a good idea. Chiu, or was a core disciple of Wushuang City. Should we ask Wushuang City's opinion? However, there were also many people who objected. At most, Chiu could just leave Peerless City. There was no need for that. Chiu was only a small core disciple inside. However, if she could marry Lei Zhen, then her status would definitely change. Achieve meteoric success. In the future, she might even become the city lord's wife. That's right. Furthermore, this time around, The conditions offered by the Thunder God City were truly too generous. We were truly unable to refuse them. Lei Shencheng was really going all out this time. That was to promise the Spirit Clan that 2 people would be allowed to enter the holy city to cultivate every year. To a clan, this was a huge temptation. One had to know that in the second astral realm, there were countless clans and powers. There were also many clans like the Spirit Clan. Even if they gathered the strength of their entire clan, they might not be able to send a single person into the holy city. But now there were 2 spots every year. It was like a pie falling from the sky. The only price to pay was to marry Shinjingqiu to Lei Zhan. This was a piece of cake for them. Firstly, Shen Jingqiu was not related to them by blood. She was just an outsider who had become a leftover woman. Hence, this deal was too worth it. However, what about Lin Wuti? Don't forget that the Saintess and Lin Wuti had a very good relationship. If Lin Wuti knew about it, what would happen if he came to settle accounts with us? He had killed too many saints. Now he was almost invincible below the small saint realm. So what? Rumor had it that he was abandoned by the heavens. Heaven and earth did not tolerate him. What future did he have? Furthermore, even if that was not the case, do you think she could continue living? How many holy cities wanted to kill him? How many experts wanted to obtain his fortune? Didn't you see that he did not even dare to show his face now? He was probably hiding somewhere. What hope did such a person have? Let's place our bets on Lei Zhan. More and more voices were heard. It was obvious that they had chosen Lei Zhan and had given up on Lin Xian. Of course, this was only their own decision, because the most important person, Shen Jingqiu, was still in seclusion. Hence, it could be said that she did not know about the marriage at all. Outside the Spirit Clan that appeared was the Crimson Dragon and the other 2. Below should be the Spirit Clan. The 3 of them looked down. The Toad said, "Haha, I can't wait any longer." Whitey also hugged the treasure bowl and squeaked, "I can feel that there are many heavenly treasures waiting for me." The little guy was also eager to try. The Crimson Dragon said, "Be careful. We will use the Void Beast skin to hide. Otherwise, we will be in danger if we are discovered." The 3 of them took the black earth, put on the Void Beast skin, and quietly sneaked into the Spirit Clan. They inquired about the news and found that the majority of the people supported this marriage. Even if a small number of people opposed it, they were suppressed at this moment. They went to find out where the girl from the Shin family was. After searching for a while, they heard her again. These people found that Shen Jingqiu was still in seclusion. What's going on? I am puzzled. The Toad was depressed. It originally wanted to see what the legendary girl looked like. The Crimson Dragon said, "It seems that this matter has nothing to do with the Shun family's girl. The other party probably doesn't know. It should be the Spirit Clan's decision." The Spirit Clan really wants to die. Do you want to make a move? I will make a scene. The Toad wants to make a move. The Crimson Dragon said, "Don't make a move. Let's find out first and steal the heavenly treasures. Leave the matter of making a move to that kid." The 3 of them laughed and then began to wantonly collect. Whitey was in charge. Whitey was the most sensitive to the heavenly treasures, so it knew where the best things were. The Toad was in charge of keeping watch. The Crimson Dragon was in charge of breaking the array, and then they began to collect. Some of the arrays that were difficult to break were directly collected with the treasure bowl. It could be said that they returned with a full load. The black earth almost couldn't hold it anymore. "Let's go." They put on the Void Beast skin and quietly left. Not long after they left, the people of the Spirit Clan screamed. The experts in charge of guarding the treasury fainted in fright. "What's going on?" "Oh no, our treasury has been stolen. Damn it, the spiritual herb garden has also been destroyed. My sacred elixir." These people screamed crazily. The entire Spirit Clan was in chaos. In the end, they found that all the treasures they usually kept had been looted. "Damn it, who is it? Who is it?" They actually dared to come and make a move at this time. Moreover, what made them want to vomit blood was that they didn't find a single suspicious person at all. This was really a silent loss. Chapter 4008. Ha ha ha. Outside, Toad and the other two were laughing crazily. It felt great. This time, they were returning from a fruitful trip. Hurry up and eat. We're going to break through to the minor saint realm. The three of them were devouring, crazily. Their bloodline, Fei Fan, needed a huge amount of resources to evolve. Are we going back? The toad asked with its legs crossed as it enjoyed the heavenly treasures. Damn it. Those people from Thunder God City are too arrogant. Why don't we go and have a look? The three of them changed their direction again and headed towards Thunder God City. They lingered for a long time, but they didn't dare to enter, because Thunder God City was guarded by a Saint King. With their cultivation, they couldn't hide at all. Therefore, they were preparing to take action against some of the forces under Thunder God City. As a saint city, Thunder God City had many planets under its control. Therefore, they looted 3 of the worlds. Once again, they returned from a fruitful trip. Those 3 worlds were in chaos. Some elders of Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. Let's go to the Spirit Clan. It's almost time. Let's go to the Spirit Clan and meet up with that kid. The 3 of them drove the Black Earth and set off again. On the other side, in the demonic palace, Lin Xian's body shone brighter and brighter. Finally, with a boom, his body shone like a golden god of war. He, too, opened his eyes. Great. He had broken through. His physique had broken through again. Although he was only at the mid-5th heavenly layer, his physique had entered the minor saint realm. Those below the minor saint realm couldn't hurt his physique. They couldn't even get past his defense. As for the minor saint realm, Lin Xian could also fight against them with his powerful physique. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. Beside him, the northern demon was also awakened by the vibration. The towering divine tree behind him entered his body and disappeared. He started to fight. The aura on his body became stronger. Furthermore, Lin Xian could sense that the north demon possessed a powerful life aura. He knew that the northern demon also had a powerful bloodline. His defense might not be as good as his divine body, but his physique was much stronger than his life force and survival rate. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. It would be a war of attrition, and many of his opponents would be exhausted to death. Where are Roussillon and the others? When Lin Xian woke up, he found that the entire hall was much quieter. This shouldn't be the case. Given the personalities of those 3 fellows, they should have been in a mess long ago. Northern Devil was confused as well. He said there was a message for us. They found a jade slip on the ground. Northern Demon took one and checked it. Then his expression changed. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. Something big has happened. Hurry and take a look. The northern monster hurriedly handed the jade slip over. Then he checked the second jade slip. Lin Xian didn't understand what was going on. After receiving it, his face quickly darkened. Damn it, does Lei Zhan want to die? The information inside was naturally collected by the witch, which was the information about the marriage alliance. Lin Xian was completely enraged after reading it. The second brother's jade slip was left behind by Ruffian Long and the others. Those 3 had already gone to the spirit race ahead of time. 3 months. It was about time for him to reach his destination. They hurriedly left. The 2 of them left the demonic palace. Northern Devil frowned. They were not just almost there, they were too late. What should they do? It didn't matter. They could use the demonic formation. The demonic clan used to be a sacred city. Although they didn't have a saint king now, they were much stronger than ordinary clans. Therefore, they had a strong foundation. They still had this kind of teleportation formation. It could directly open a spatial door and teleport people over a long distance. Lin Xian was going to use it now. Hearing that Lin Xian was going to leave again, the demonic clan members surrounded him. Patriarch, are you going to leave? Lin Xian said coldly. I've told you not to interfere with my business. Yes, Patriarch, we understand. Patriarch, do you need any help? Lin Xian thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Bring 2 small saints. 2 of them, who are stronger, can follow us secretly. Without my orders, don't show yourself. We'll prepare now. As they sent people to activate the array formation, they also chose 2 experts from the demonic palace. These 2 were small saints. One was a mid-stage small saint and the other was a late-stage small saint. It shouldn't be a problem for these 2 to help. Soon, the teleportation was completed. Lin Xian, Northern Devil, and the 2 small saints boarded the formation. They set the location to be near the Spirit Clan. Then the teleportation formation was activated and they disappeared. The time limit of 3 months was almost up. The Spirit Clan was very lively at this moment. Many clans in the second astral realm had started to prepare for the wedding. After all, Lingzhu was also a big clan. Moreover, the one to marry was a top genius like Lei Zhen. Even if they didn't want to make friends with the Spirit Clan, they had to curry favor with the Thunder God City. Moreover, they heard that in addition to the Thunder God City, Myriad Sword Pavilion, Akron Palace, and other sacred cities would also send people to attend. With so many sacred cities together, it would be a grand occasion. The people of the Spirit Clan were very excited. They had never received so many big clans before. All of this originated from this marriage. Therefore, they had to do it well. From now on, the Spirit Clan could really rise to another level. The Spirit Clan also occupied a world with rich spiritual veins. The Spirit Clan was the clan that was best at finding spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Besides, they could also nourish spiritual veins. Therefore, the place where the Spirit Clan was located was really a sacred place for cultivation. When some of the guests from the starry sky arrived and sensed the aura here, they were all amazed. No wonder the Spirit Clan was so strong. This was the best place for cultivation. Yes, in a few thousand years, they might be able to cultivate a Saint King. It would immediately become a sacred city. Fellow Taoists, you are too courteous. The elders and young geniuses of the Spirit Clan were accompanying these important guests. Among them, Ling Lianhua and the others were also present. They were very excited. Previously, these people were all against Xinjingqiu. At this moment, they were also excited and gloating over her misfortune. Firstly, the status of the Spirit Clan could rise. Secondly, after Xinjingqiu got married, she would definitely leave. At that time, no one would stop them. Perhaps she could also become a saintess. Thinking of this, how could Ling Lianhua not be excited? As the time approached, more and more experts from the clans arrived. Those from the other sacred cities had not arrived yet. Everyone guessed that the other sacred cities would only arrive on the same day. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the other 2 had also arrived. They wore the void beast skin and wandered around the world. Damn, so many people were attracted here. Damn it, these people are too opportunistic, aren't they? Humph, when the time comes, I will let them know what regret is. Little White was a little bored and dozed off. He was only interested in the treasures of heaven and earth. Those from the Starry Sky clans and experts who came were in groups of 3 to 5. They were either exchanging greetings or talking about the recent events. They were talking about the geniuses and heroes of the world. Look, the princess of the New Moon clan is here. She is not as beautiful and talented as Xinjingqiu, someone exclaimed. Chapter 4009. A group of people came from the New Moon clan. The one leading them was a beautiful woman. She rode on a crescent moon and descended. Soon, countless people surrounded her. They wanted to please her, but Gao Yu was cold and arrogant. It was this girl. The toad gasped and blinked. The Crimson Dragon also said she's here too. She's also here. Her aura has reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. She's probably not far from breaking through to the small saint realm. It's amazing that the destined star can shorten the time for these geniuses to break through by so many years. Indeed, under normal circumstances, these people would need hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years, to break through to the small saint realm. But now, they could break through in a few years or a few months. It's really a great fortune. I wonder if the crown prince of the New Moon clan is here. Rumor has it that he's about to break through to the small saint realm. Everyone was discussing. Hee, Princess New Moon is still so beautiful. I wonder when I can snatch her away. A few people in the crowd laughed coldly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Who is this? How dare they? They saw that these people were wearing black robes and had a strange aura. Are they from the Ghost Netherland? I wonder if the Ghost Netherland's Ghost Girl by Luo is here. Humph. How can our Ghost Girl be compared to the little princess? She's still far from it. These people from the Ghost Netherland looked extremely cold. There were also some powerful geniuses and even some rising stars, which caused the crowd to exclaim. Oh, looking at this scene, I'm reminded of someone. You're talking about Lin Wudi, right? Yes, in the past he always appeared in big scenes, and he was always able to do earth-shattering things. But now no one knows where he is. It's good that he's hiding. If he dares to come out, he'll die immediately. Yes, he's a person abandoned by the heavens. With so many holy cities wanting to kill him, he probably won't dare to come out for the rest of his life. Many people shook their heads and sighed. At this time, a few people laughed coldly. Lin Wudi is nothing. If he dares to come out, he'll be torn to pieces. Humph. He'll be a coward for the rest of his life. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. Now, there are people who dare to openly despise Lin Wudi. They all turned their heads. In the next moment, they screamed. The people from the holy city had arrived. Indeed, they saw a few figures walking out. Is the holy city here? Isn't it? These were some ordinary disciples of the holy city. They were the vanguard and had arrived early. The real elders and the top geniuses should arrive in 2 days. The auras of the people who walked over were very powerful. Even the ordinary disciples of the holy city were not people that ordinary geniuses could contend against. After all, to be able to enter the holy city, who didn't have some strength? Some of them were surrounded by lightning, some by the yellow springs, and some even carried a terrifying aura of desolation. These people came from different sacred cities, but they all had one enemy, and that was Lin Xian. At this moment, a genius from Thunder God's city sneered. That Lin Wudi better not come out. Otherwise, our chief disciple will slap him to death. Everyone was in an uproar. It seemed like Lei Zhan was really going to rise. However, at this moment, a cold laugh rang out from the void. Lei Zhan? That trash? He has been defeated by Lin Wudi more than once. I think it must be at least 3 times, right? Not only that, he even hid in his shell. Humph! If Lin Wudi dares to come, he can probably slap Lei Zhan to death. Another voice rang out. The surrounding people were stunned. Oh my God! Someone dared to tear down the stage of Lei Zhan and Thunder God City? Who is it? They looked around, but they couldn't find the person who spoke. Is there an expert? They exclaimed. The people of Thunder God City sank. Their faces sank. Who is it? Sneakily, you dare to slander our Thunder God City. Come out and accept your death. Trash, you can't even find where we are, and you have the face to be arrogant? Haha, this uncle despises you. Humph, coward, come out. This daddy will slap you to death. Thunder God City roared in anger. This uncle will fulfill your wish. At this moment, 2 figures walked out from the void. It was the Toad, the Crimson Dragon. Whitey was lying on the Crimson Dragon's head, yawning in boredom. It's you, many people screamed. They knew that there were several powerful beasts beside Lin Xian, but they didn't expect these 2 guys to come. Humph, you are here. Where is Lin Wudi? Tell him to come out. There's no need for that kid to make a move. This uncle can beat you down. The Toad jumped out. Come, come. This uncle will teach you how to be a man. The Toad's image is not good. Think about it. Can a toad be liked by people? Moreover, the Toad's body was much larger than an ordinary toad. In addition, his contemptuous eyes and disdainful expression. Suddenly, the corners of the people's mouths twitched. The people of Thunder God City felt their scalps go numb. Just two beasts. How dare they be arrogant in front of me? The people of Thunder God City sneered. What did you say? The Crimson Dragon was angry and directly slapped out. Slap. This uncle will teach you how to be a man. The toad even attacked. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and 3 disciples of Thunder God City flew out. Their faces were smashed, and there were all kinds of cracks on their bodies. Blood flowed out. The 3 of them fell to the ground and kept twitching. What did you say we are? Say it again. The toad jumped up and stepped on the 3 of their faces. The 3 of them were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Ah, damn it. I will fight it out with you. The toad's foot pierced through the heads of the 3, and their bodies were torn into pieces. How dare you provoke this, uncle? Seems like you are courting death. When the disciples of Great Desolate Mansion saw this, they wanted to retreat. The Crimson Dragon slapped the other party and sent him flying. It was unknown whether the other party was dead or alive. The surrounding people were stunned. Aren't these 2 beasts too ferocious? It's simply torture. Are all the beasts around Lin Xian so powerful? The crowd was in an uproar. The scene here naturally alarmed the people of Spirit Race. After all, these were the disciples of Thunder God City. They could not afford to be injured here. Soon, the experts of Spirit Race rushed over. Who dares to cause trouble here? Are you tired of living? How dare you interfere with this uncle? The toad snorted. When the people of Spirit Race saw this, their eyelids twitched. 2 beasts, who are you? You are not worthy to talk to Ben Huang. The dark red dragon had an arrogant expression on its face. The toad also sneered. Let your master come. You bunch of lackeys aren't enough to deal with him. The people of Spirit Race were so angry that they vomited blood. Ling Lian frowned. What was going on? She asked the people beside her, and soon they got the news. These 2 beasts were the beasts around Lin Wudi. The people of the Spirit Race all frowned. Lin Wudi was here? The silhouette of the tree was the name of Lin Wudi. Before he came, they were disdainful. But when they heard these 3 words, they were so scared that they trembled. Chapter 40:10. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that Lin Wudi did not come. Humph, so that kid did not dare to come out. So what if he slapped 2 beasts? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Those from the Spirit Race sneered. Take him down. Let that Lin Wudi know that our Spirit Race is not so easy to provoke. Ling Lian Hua laughed sinisterly. Little girl, you dare to catch me? I will spit on you to death. The toad opened its mouth and spat out its saliva. This was not an ordinary saliva. It was highly toxic. Even a sage would be poisoned and injured if he touched it. Sure enough, many people from the Spirit Race had their bodies rotting. Ling Lian Hua screamed in fright. Fortunately, she had a defensive treasure to block it. Otherwise, she would probably be disfigured. You, Ling Lian Hua, was trembling in anger. The surrounding people exclaimed. They were also able to tell that these 2 monstrous beasts were extraordinarily powerful. Ordinary sages were no match for them. Who dares to hurt my Thunder God City? At this moment, a roar came. Then, a figure bathed in lightning rushed over. Heavens! It was a core disciple of Thunder God City. Everyone screamed. Were the people from the sacred city here? They did not know that a part of the sacred city had indeed come. Their purpose was to catch Lin Xian. At this moment, they did not see Lin Xian. In the end, they saw 2 beasts. Heavenly Thunder God Fist. This man had reached the 5th heavenly layer. His strength was very powerful. The moment he attacked, countless people were terrified. They retreated frantically. Ling Lian Hua and the rest smiled sinisterly. For a 5th heavenly layer to deal with 2 beasts, wouldn't that be easy? The toad sneered. You dare to fight with me? He slapped out 2 claws and slapped the other party's fist. With a boom, the other party's fist exploded. The other party's body was also torn apart. This genius came quickly and left quickly. Soon he fell to the ground and screamed crazily. Too weak, too trashy. The surrounding people were all stunned. Was this really a toad? Why did it feel like a divine beast? Ling Lianhua and the rest were also stunned. They were about to cry. These two beasts were already so powerful. Audacious. Who was causing trouble here? A few old men had come from the spirit race. Elder. Ling Lianhua and the others were excited. When the old man saw this scene, his face darkened. You two demonic beasts dare to behave so atrociously in our territory? As soon as he finished speaking, the toad slapped him. The old man jumped in fright and quickly retreated. Impudent. Men, do it. Since you dare to attack us, I'll play with you. The toad wanted to attack with all its might. At this moment, Whitey's figure flashed and appeared in front of Laozi, slapping the old man unconscious. The crimson dragon attacked, forming a huge mountain that pressed the old man to the ground. Tianya, has Elder been subdued? The people of the spirit race had wanted to make a move, but when they saw this scene, they were all scared stiff. The old man came back to his senses and screamed crazily, "Damn it! How dare you sneak attack me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The crimson dragon exerted force with its claws, and the old man's body was torn apart. Old man, for the sake of the Shen family's girl, I didn't kill you immediately. However, if you don't know what's good for you, Ben Huang has 1,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. Now, I'll wake you up and let you know which side you should stand on. Boom! The people of the spirit race were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This scene attracted many experts. In the end, a small saint appeared. A terrifying aura rushed over. In addition, the people of Thunder God City, Myriad Demon City, Myriad Sword Pavilion, and Great Desolate Mansion had also surrounded them. A terrifying aura filled the sky. The people of the Sacred City had arrived. This time, the real elders and sky prides had come. It's best that you don't get married. Otherwise, you will die miserably. The dark divine dragon slapped the elder of the spirit race away and said, "Wind is tight, retreat." The three of them jumped into the void and disappeared. Ah! The people of the spirit race roared crazily. The cultivators of the other sacred city also took action. After searching around, they found that the other party had mysteriously disappeared. Damn it! The people of the spirit race gritted their teeth. A few small saints said, "Don't bother about this matter. The two demonic beasts are nothing to be afraid of. Hurry up and welcome them." As they spoke, they got into a big formation to welcome them. In the end, the old ancestor of the spirit race also came out. The elders of the spirit race all came out to welcome him. Fellow Taoists, thank you for coming to the spirit race. The old lady of the spirit race was full of smiles. Previously, she was also unwilling to accept this. But what else could she say now? The result was set. She could only hope that could understand their painstaking efforts. The sky prides of Myriad Sword Pavilion, Great Desolate Mansion, Myriad Demon City arrived one after another and were respectfully invited in. In the end, a lightning dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, filling the void. Everyone looked up at the sky. The people of Thunder God City had arrived. The lightning dragon was formed by a peerless great ability. There were many people on it. One of them was a man with horns on his head. Lightning surged on his body, making him look like a peerless thunder god. He was Lei Zhen. At this moment, he was no longer frightened and fearful like before. Instead, he was high-spirited and had regained his unruly nature, because he had finally reached the realm of minor saint. He had regained his confidence that he could sweep through everything. So what if he met Lin Xian again? He could easily kill him. Lei Zhen's arrival had shocked everyone. The atmosphere of the spirit race had reached its peak. After the few elders of Thunder God City were invited in, they sat in the main hall. The first thing they asked was whether the saintess of the spirit race had come out from her seclusion. The elders of the spirit race hesitated. The faces of the people of Thunder God City sank. Why hasn't she come out from her seclusion? Humph, the wedding is in 3 days. Isn't the spirit race a little too arrogant? In their opinion, so what if Shen Jingqiu was talented? They were the sacred city. How dare she disrespect them? Fellow Taoist, please calm down. 3 days later, we guarantee that the wedding will be completed. There won't be any delay. The elders of the spirit race wiped off their cold sweat and retreated. Elder, we're not here to be Lin Wudi. Why are you so serious? A genius at the side laughed. One had to put on a good show. Otherwise, how could they lure the other party out? The elders snorted. Lei Zhen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, moreover, this Shen Jingqiu is not bad. She can be my concubine. Just like that, another 2 days passed. There was only 1 day left. The residence was packed with people, and people were congratulating him everywhere. The Crimson Dragon. The 3 of them couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out. Where's Lei Zhen? Get out here. I'll slap you to death. They were too anxious because there was only 1 day left. Lin Xian had not arrived yet, so they had to take action first to buy some time. It would be easier when that kid came. Chapter 40:11. Acting recklessly, Lei Zhan rushed out with his men. A toad and a snake dared to clamor in front of me? Where's Lin Wudi? Is he a coward who doesn't dare to come out? You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of us. Can you beat that kid? You've been defeated by him several times. The toad and the others provoked. Lei Zhan was furious. This was the shame of his life. He didn't allow others to mention it again. Previously I was careless. Now that my strength has increased greatly, he is not my opponent at all. Men, take them down for me. I want to pull out their tendons and skin them and hang their bodies on the city wall. I want to let Lin Wudi see the consequences of going against me. Lei Zhen revealed a ferocious expression. On the side of Thunder God City, 8 people walked out. A great battle broke out. However, what was shocking was that the toad and the other 2 were very strong. The 8 experts of Thunder God City couldn't beat them at all. Hee, your Thunder God City only has this little strength? How shameful. This little strength is just scratching an itch for me. It's not enough. The Crimson Holy Dragon and the Toad continued to clamor. Lei Zhan roared and attacked again. This time, another 8 people rushed up. Even the people of Great Desolate Mansion and Akron Palace sneered. We will also play with you. This is Brother Lei's big day. No one is allowed to disturb. The other holy cities took action one after another, surrounding Roussillon and the Toad. The situation was critical to the extreme for a moment. Buzz! The Crimson Holy Dragon spat out some rays, blocking the attack. They could still contend. This scene stunned everyone else. These 3 beasts were really too strong. The other holy cities' faces were gloomy, feeling that they had lost face. Finally, an elder of Thunder God City couldn't help it. A big hand stretched out. This was a small saint. At this moment, the power was really terrifying to the extreme. The array formed by the Crimson Dragon was instantly shattered. Not good. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad's faces changed drastically. Damn it, shameless. They actually sent a small saint. Go to hell. There's no need to talk about morality with ants like you. Many people exclaimed. Some people closed their eyes. It seemed that these 2 demonic beasts were dead for sure. Boom! Between the heaven and earth, a red leaf flew down and pierced through the gigantic palm. The Thunder God City elder who attacked let out a miserable shriek as he held his arm and retreated. When he saw the red leaf, his pupils shrank. Fu Hongye! He screamed in terror. The others were also in an uproar. Was Fu Hongye here? In the distance, the spirit boat flew over and 5 figures alighted. The leader was Fu Hongye, and the 4 second-generation disciples followed behind her. After Fu Hongye arrived, she said coldly, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." At this point, another red leaf appeared in his hand. It exuded a peerless killing intent. The body of the Thunder God City's elder trembled as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. The others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Fu Hongye, don't go overboard. Today is a joyous day for our Thunder God City. Do you want to cause havoc everywhere? That's right. You're strong alone. We're not your match if we fight you alone." But what if they attacked together? Those from the Great Desolation Mansion and the Yellow Springs Palace also walked out. Their eyes flickered with cold light. "You guys are no match for me." Facing so many little saints, Fu Hongye stood with a disdainful expression. This scene infuriated the Holy City elders so much that they almost vomited blood. How arrogant! Why did it feel like she was even more arrogant than Lin Wudi? "You're talking about a joyous day?" Fu Hongye's face darkened. "I heard that someone wants to marry my junior sister from Wushuang City. Have you asked for Wushuang City's opinion?" He snorted coldly, and the whole world trembled violently. The people of the Spirit Clan were so scared that their scalps went numb. The others also exclaimed in surprise. A good show was coming. The Spirit Clan didn't even discuss it with Wushuang City. I knew it. Otherwise, how could they marry Lei Zhen? Exclamations sounded one after another. The people of Thunder God City snorted coldly. "This is a matter between Thunder Saint City and the Spirit Clan. What does it have to do with Wushuang City?" Fu Hongye ignored them and asked with a frown, "Where are the people of the Spirit Clan? Ask the patriarch of the Spirit Clan to come and see me." "Yes, the Spirit Clan is too despicable. We've investigated. Shen Jingqiu is still in seclusion and doesn't know about this at all." The Crimson Dragon and the Toad also walked up and said with gritted teeth. Fu Hongye glanced at the two and nodded slightly. "Yeah." Little White also jumped onto Fu Hongye's shoulder and blinked its big eyes. It gestured angrily. Fu Hongye smiled. "Little guy, don't worry. I will help junior brother vent his anger." Not long after, the elders of the Spirit Clan walked out trembling. "Greetings, young Master Fu." Although Fu Hongye was much younger than them, this was a world where strength was respected, so they had to treat him respectfully. "You're the patriarch of the Spirit Clan?" Fu Hongye stared at the white-haired old woman. It was the old woman. "Well, let me ask you. Your Spirit Clan secretly married Thunder God City. Have you asked Wushuang City? Are you looking down on our peerless city? Are you looking down on us?" Fu Hongye's voice was unusually cold. The people of the Spirit Clan broke out in cold sweat. Many elders looked at Thunder God City with pleading eyes. The clan chief was also frowning. "About this. I think we still have the qualifications to arrange the saintess of the Spirit Clan." "That's right. Fu Hongye, don't go too far. Is your holy city trying to bully others? We won't ignore it." Thunder God City sneered. The people of the other holy cities all revealed sinister smiles. With these people supporting them, the people of the Spirit Clan straightened their backs. "Yes, young Master Fu, this is our family matter. I hope you don't interfere. If you're here to attend the wedding, then we'll invite you in. If not, I hope you don't cause trouble on our wedding day." "Humph." Fu Hongye's face sank and he snorted. Behind him, a second-generation disciple attacked. Slap, slap. With 2 slaps, the elders of the Spirit Clan who spoke before were all sent flying. Their faces were smashed. They fell to the ground and screamed. One of them said coldly, "Our senior brother Fu is the chief disciple of the second generation. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this?" The others sucked in a breath of cold air. Weren't these second-generation disciples too strong? It seemed that Fu Hongye had brought the elites of the elites this time. "Damn it, you've gone too far." The people of the Spirit Clan trembled with anger. Fu Hongye said coldly, We've never thought of bullying others. However, the holy city has the status of a holy city. Today, I'm not here to represent myself, but Wushuang City. So, provoking me is the same as provoking Wushuang City. Wushuang City's reputation will not be tarnished. Whoever dares to be impudent will be killed without mercy. The people of the Spirit Clan did not dare to speak. The patriarch of the Spirit Clan, the old woman, said, "Everyone, please come in. Let us explain this matter properly. We won't drink the tea. We're here to clarify one thing. Is this marriage alliance the spirit race's idea or Junior Sister Shen's?" Chapter 40:12. Let her come out and we'll ask. If it's Junior Sister's opinion, we won't stop her. However, if you make your own arrangements behind Junior Sister's back, then don't blame Wushuang City. The leader of the Spirit Clan hesitated. The others were also terrified. The people of Thunder God City roared. "Fu Hongye, you're too arrogant. Do you really think we don't exist?" "That's right. So what if Xinjingqiu is from Wushuang City? You have to listen to your elders, right?" The people of Myriad Swords Pavilion and Great Desolate Mansion also came out. This time, they had set up this trap in order to lure Lin Xian out. If Fu Hongye ruined it, then their previous arrangements would all be useless. "What? Do you really want to fight? My father will play with you." An extremely terrifying law appeared on Fu Hongye's body. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were also ready to fight. The people of the other holy cities took out their sacred weapons. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The surrounding people frantically retreated. Was a war about to break out? The people of the Spirit Clan were about to collapse. This was a joyous day. Was the Spirit Clan going to be bathed in blood? "Senior brother, why do you have to deal with this group of trash?" "Let me do it." At this critical moment, a laughter was heard. It was Lin Wudi's voice. Countless people looked up at the sky. "He's here." The people of the holy cities were also overjoyed. They looked into the distance. In the distance, a flying sword was flying over quickly. There were two figures standing on it. One of them was Lin Xian. The two of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the mansion below. "Kid, you're finally here." The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were relieved. Whitey also jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and babbled. Lin Xian rubbed Whitey and nodded. Then he looked at Fu Hongye. "Senior brothers, you've worked hard. Junior brother, you're here." Fu Hongye also revealed a smile. "Kid, you're finally here. I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life." The people of Thunder God City sneered. The eyes of the people from the other holy cities also lit up. "Great, this scourge can finally be eliminated today." Pung! Lin Xian took a step forward and attacked. With a slap, he sent the sage who had spoken flying. The man's head was slapped into his stomach. It was a very miserable sight. "Today I'll beat you into a coward." "How dare you!" Thunder God City roared. The little saint made his move. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. He turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked madly. Soon, the young geniuses of the Thunder Saint City all screamed. They were beaten miserably. "Impudent!" The elders roared crazily. "Brat, you've gone too far." Lin Xian withdrew his hand and sneered. "I'll bully you guys today." "What? Are you going to bite me?" The people of the spirit race were so angry that they couldn't speak. They really couldn't do anything to the other party. Lin Xian snorted and looked around. Soon, she looked at the people from Thunder Saint City. "You guys were very arrogant before." With a wave of his hand, he directly enveloped a few geniuses of the holy cities. "Damn it, how dare you!" Those people fought back crazily. However, their divine abilities and laws couldn't shake the golden palm at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian caught them and brought them over. He waved his left hand. He slapped these people's faces. Soon, these people's faces became swollen like pig heads. The surrounding people were shocked. These people were also fifth heaven geniuses, but they couldn't fight back in the hands of Lin Xian. After smashing these people's faces, Lin Xian stepped on them and sealed them. Then he attacked again. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was very arrogant. He dragged over a few genius disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and also beat them into pig heads and suppressed them again. Next, these geniuses of the Demon City, Great Desolate Mansion, and Acheron Palace were all beaten up by Lin Xian. The elders of the holy cities roared crazily. It happened so fast that they couldn't react at all. When they reacted, Lin Xian had already succeeded. Damn kid! How dare you commit murder in front of us? Kneel down and accept your death. Today no one can save you. How dare you touch my junior brother? Fu Hongye walked out, exuding a powerful aura. The second-generation disciple beside him also exuded the same aura. Lin Xian was facing so many little saints, but he was still not afraid. He looked at Lei Zhen and said coldly, I heard that you have broken through and become a little saint. Now you dare to challenge me, right? Kid, I will pay you back 100 times. No, 10,000 times for the pain you made me suffer before. Lei Zhen walked out with a strong sense of self-confidence. He didn't just dare to challenge Lin Xian. He was going to kill Lin Xian with his own hands today, to relieve the hatred in his heart. Okay, I will fulfill your wish today. Let's have a life-and-death battle. Lin Xian's voice rang out. A life-and-death battle? Lin Wudi wants to have a life-and-death battle with Lei Zhen? The surrounding experts were in an uproar. Lei Zhen was already a little saint, but Lin Wudi was still a mid-fifth heavenly layer saint. The gap between the two was too big. Yes, even if Lin Wudi could fight across realms, the realm of Little Saint wasn't that easy to cross. This time, Lin Wudi was too arrogant. This guy was still as arrogant as before. But this time he was going to lose. The people of Thunder God City laughed after hearing this. It seemed like this kid had been hiding for a long time and didn't know about the changes in the outside world. Lei Zhen sneered. You want to have a life-and-death battle with me? Come on, kid. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. I won't bully you. I'll let you have 3 moves. Lei Zhen was very generous. It seemed like he was very confident about this battle. In fact, not only Lei Zhen thought so, but almost everyone thought so. It was impossible for anyone below the Little Saint realm to challenge a Little Saint. Even Lin Wudi couldn't do it. In Wushuang City, several second-generation disciples frowned and wanted to say something, but Fu Hongye stopped them. He said, Junior brother Lin is much more powerful than we thought. Since he dared to make a move, he must have a trump card. Let's just watch quietly. Several second-generation disciples didn't believe it, but since Fu Hongye said so, they didn't make a move. To be honest, they were very curious about this legendary junior brother Lin. What kind of magic did he have? Can this kid do it? The toad also underestimated him. The crimson dragon's eyes flickered. Seems like this kid should have broken through. Let's just watch a good show. Can the two of you go up to the 9th heaven to fight? The people of Spirit Race felt bitter. If these two people fought here, everything would be broken. They couldn't stop them at all. Come on. Lin Xian directly soared into the sky. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Behind Lei Zhen, the thunder wings flapped and turned into a stream of light. Both of them went up to the 9th heaven. Chapter 40:13. Let's go and take a look. The other saints and powerhouses soared into the sky, one after another. How could they miss such a spiritual battle? Fu Hongye and the others, as well as the 3 toads and the people from the holy city, all soared into the sky. At this moment, countless gazes gathered in the sky. Kid, come on, I'll let you have 3 moves. Then I'll kill you in 1 move. Lei Zhen was extremely excited now. He could finally take revenge with his own hands. The people from the other holy city also sneered. After today, Lin Wudi would definitely die, and they could have a good night's sleep. Let me have 3 moves? You're really magnanimous. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Buzz. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stomped his foot and tore the void. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant he arrived in front of Lei Zhen. The golden palm slapped out. It slapped towards the opponent's face. What a fast speed! Many people exclaimed, and Lei Zhen's pupils shrank. How was this speed possible? Did people below the minor saint have such speed? He couldn't believe it. His body dodged subconsciously. He said he would let the opponent have 3 moves. However, he was still careless. With a slap, the palm hit his face, causing Lei Zhen's body to flip 36 times in the air. His face was swollen, and his teeth fell out. Blood flew out from the corner of his mouth. The surrounding people who were watching the battle looked as if they had seen a ghost. How many situations! They were all stunned. To be honest, in their opinion, within 3 moves, Lin Wuti couldn't even touch a corner of Lei Zhen. After 3 moves, Lei Zhen could kill Lin Wuti with 1 slash. But now, Lin Wuti actually sent Lei Zhen flying with 1 slap. Don't hit people in the face. This Lei Zhen was really miserable. After being stunned for a moment, countless screams rang out. The people of Thunder God City went crazy. Careless. It must be Lei Zhen who was careless and underestimated the enemy. Wushuang City, several second-generation disciples were also stunned. Fu Hongya, however, raised the corner of her mouth into a smile. It seemed that junior brother Lin didn't let them down. This kid seemed to have a breakthrough. The Crimson Dragon and the others were also very excited. How was this possible? Lei Zhen was also stunned. To be honest, he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Lin Xian laughed. Why? Does your face hurt? Initially, I thought that your strength would have undergone a tremendous change after you broke through to the minor saint realm. You disappoint me. You're still trash, unable to withstand a single blow. Damn it. Lei Zhen was so angry that his whole body trembled. You're courting death. Terrifying lightning surged out of his body. Lin Xian laughed. Oh, didn't you say you were going to let me have 3 moves? This was only the first move. There were still 2 more moves. You can't help but want to make a move? The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. This Lei Zhen was too arrogant previously. Now it seemed like he was slapping his face. Brat, I didn't expect your strength to increase. I was too careless before. Furthermore, you've completely angered me, so I've cancelled the benefits of the 3 moves. Now, I will make you wish you were dead. He could not help but want to attack immediately. He would definitely torture the other party to death. Boom! The law of thunder erupted, and the 9 heavens were completely engulfed by lightning. Retreat quickly. The surrounding onlookers frantically retreated. They even formed countless formations to defend themselves. Only Lin Xian and Lei Zhen were left in front of them. Go to hell! Lei Zhen let out a furious roar as the sky, filled with thunderbolts, surged forward. In an instant, Lin Xian was engulfed by the lightning. Not enough. Too weak. Lin Xian rushed out from the lightning in an instant. He waved his hands, tearing apart the lightning clouds in the sky. He turned into a stream of light and rushed out. 9 suns' divine fist. The terrifying fist was waved, exuding a vigorous aura. It was as if countless suns were trembling between heaven and earth. Impossible. How can you fight against me? Could it be that you've also broken through to the minor saint realm? Lei Zhen was stunned. The others were also stunned. This was really out of their expectations. They did not even know what was going on. This was too illogical. How did Lin Wuti do it? Has he become so heaven-defying? In Wushuang City, the second-generation disciples were also stunned. Senior brother Fu, what kind of trump card does this junior brother Lin have? The corner of Fu Hongya's mouth raised into a smile. Didn't you guys notice that although junior brother Lin's cultivation base is at the mid-stage of the 5th layer, but you guys can feel his physique? That's the physique of a minor saint. His physique has reached the saint realm. His physique has reached the minor saint realm in advance. They sucked in a cold breath. What kind of physique is this? Lei Zhen. His physique has reached the minor saint realm. Be careful not to fight him in close combat. The elder of Thunder God also noticed this and reminded loudly. Lei Zhen's body trembled when he heard this. Then he snorted coldly. So your physique has reached the minor saint realm. No wonder you can block my attack. I admit that your physique is very strong. It shocked me, but that's it. Because regardless of my physique or cultivation base, I have reached the minor saint realm in all aspects. What do you have to fight me? Heavenly thunder roar. Having said that, Lei Zhen formed a seal with his palms. Countless lightning laws appeared in his palms. He let out a roar, and a terrifying thunderbolt exploded with a loud bang. This was a great ability. Together with the power of the heavenly thunder, it swept across all directions. The whole world collapsed, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Endless waves of lightning swept across the 9 heavens. Not good. Quickly seal your hearing. Countless saints screamed and sealed their hearing. Some of them were late and fell from the sky. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and their bodies cracked. The rest of the people sucked in a cold breath. This Lei Zhen was too terrifying. With a roar, he could injure so many saints. He was indeed a top genius. Kill! Lin Xian roared. Facing the sky full of lightning's sacred waves, he killed his way out. With this powerful divine physique, he swept across all directions. The sound waves hit his body, making earth-shattering sounds. His body was rolling, and his blood was boiling. However, with a roar, he suppressed all of it. Lin Xian was like a golden god of war. He opened and closed his hands, and all the sound waves were completely destroyed. Black holes filled the world, and cracks were everywhere. Lin Xian was floating. Just sound waves can't do anything to me. What other means do you have? Show me. Don't be arrogant. This is just one of my divine abilities. The corners of Lei Zhen's mouth curled up into a sneer. Although he was defeated at this moment, he didn't care. His opponent's body was only at the sage realm. His opponent's soul and cultivation were inferior to his. He could slowly play with his opponent. You underestimate my divine physique. Today, I'll let you see the power of my divine physique. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. He tore open the void again, rushed over, and arrived in front of his opponent. Lei Zhen snorted coldly. Lightning God's net. He waved his hand, and endless lightning formed a large lightning net, enveloping the front. His opponent was walking into the net. However, Lin Xian kicked out. His right leg seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. It easily broke through the lightning net and charged toward Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen raised his hand to block. With a clang, he was forced back. His palm was cracked, and blood dripped from it.